Okay. Are your students good?
Yes, they are still active.
Okay.
Yes.
Even during the pandemic.
Yes, because I'm creative in giving them activities.
Oh, I see. You or the students who are creative?
Both.
Both.
The teacher is innovative and the students are creative.
That is excellent. Anyone else from other countries today? Anyone else? I thought I saw some people in the audience from Thailand. From Thailand. Nope. So mostly from Indonesia and the Philippines.
There are 12 pages here, Pak Willy. So that
Oh,
is
12 pages.
I'm scared to have a look, actually. Never tried that. You
Yes,
click on participants.
yeah. We are on page 1. Page 2, please. Page 2, anyone not from Indonesia?
I can't see this.
I think when they speak, you'll be able to see them on the screen.
Mm.
So please turn on your audio and say something. Oh, this my friend here from Brawijaya University, Dr. Sahir Udin.
Thank you, Pak Willy.
Morning, Pak.
Morning, Pak.
Anyone else? Anyone else that I haven't met before? Please say hello to me and introduce yourself.
So many, Pak.
I'm from.
I doubt it's so many.
Yes, Umila. Yes, Umila, say something. You're from where? Yes, anyone else? Say something, please. This is what happens in my class. During a face-to-face session, everyone is alive. But during an online session or Zoom session, everyone or people are usually very quiet. So the first thing that I usually do when I start my teaching online is, everyone, please smile, please turn on your audio, please turn on your video, and please say hi to me. And then everyone begins talking.
Especially if you tell them that you are going to take the pictures of them, then they are going to give you the best smile.
That is right. Yes, everyone turn on your video and audio. Ibu Eka is going to take your photograph now.
Okay, I'll do it.
Here.
Yes. So this is going to be a before and after.
Yeah.
So before the session begin, she'll take your photograph, and then after the session ended, she will also take another photos of you. And then she will report to us what you look like before and after. I think before, everyone is happy, alive, and all smiling, but at the end you'll be No, you are all very creative. That's according to Sister Maria. No, Jacqueline.
I'm taking their pictures, Pak.
Oh, good.
Dia. Dia bangun, tolong mami dulu sini. Kenapa foto begini?
Let me check if Ibu Shinta from Brawijaya University is attending. No, she's not responded to my message. Have you seen the other speaker, Linda?
The other speaker?
From Thailand?
She told me that she is on the way to the campus, so that she'll be here before her session, but not at exactly 8.
Okay.
She's still on the way to the campus.
Okay.
All right, Pak Uli, Linda, and Becca, should we start?
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Okay, great. All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to see you all here in our second international webinar on explorations in the arts of teaching, listening, and speaking in online settings. My name is Mutiara Bilkis, and I will be your master of ceremony for today. All right. The Honorable Chairman of Language and Arts Department, Bapak Androfik, and the Head of English Language Study Program, Ibu Zakiyah Tasnim, the respectable speakers, thank you for coming here so early. And my loving audience, all praise maybe to God the Almighty that we are allowed to hold this webinar to share the knowledge and informations on the arts of teaching, listening, and speaking. All right, let me tell you what we're going to have this morning. First, we are going to have the opening that we are doing right now. And the next will be the speech delivery from our head of the study program. And the next agenda will be, we are going to sing the national anthem, and we are going to show you the hymn of University of Jember. And the next will be praying, which will be led by one of our moderators. And the next, we are finally going to the big presentation sessions that will be delivered by 5 speakers that we have today, which is Pak Willy, Linda, Nantikan, and Bu Eka, and also Bu Rika after this. All right. And afterwards, the Q&A session will be done for each presentation. So every presenter will have their own Q&A session. So everyone, after the presenter has presented the materials, we are going to have the Q&A session, which will be led by our moderators for today, who will be Mr. David and Mr. Rizky. Okay, all right. Without further ado, let's start with the first agenda, which is the speech and opening remark from our head of English Language Study Program. Bu Zakia, are you here with us? Hello, Bu Zakia.
Hello, excuse me. Yes, wait.
Okay. Is my voice clear, ma'am?
Not so clear, but Bilkis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, okay.
Yes, okay. Let me.
Right.
Wait. What about me? Can you hear
I
my
can
voice?
hear you. I can hear you very clearly.
Yes, okay. Hang on.
It's okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training Education, the University of Jember, Professor Dr. Bambang Supono, MPD. Is Pak Bambang here, Bu Bilkis?
I don't think so, ma'am.
Okay, maybe he's still on the way.
All right.
And then the distinguished speakers, Dr. Willy Erinandia. Good morning, Pak Willy.
Morning, Ibu. Good morning.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Linda Hannington. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Linda, morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Dr. Nantikan Simasangporn.
Not
Good
here
morning,
yet,
Dr. Nantikan.
not here yet.
Oh, not here yet. Okay. The respectable all the lecturers of the English Education Program, Faculty of Teacher Training Education, University of Jember, all my students, all scholars, and all participants in this international webinar. Good morning and welcome to this international webinar. First of all, I would like to say thanks a lot to Allah for His blessing that we can conduct this international webinar today. Next, I would like to say thank you very much to Professor Bambang Supono, MPD, as the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training Education, the University of Jember, for spotting and facilitating this international webinar. Then I also would like to say thank you very much to Dr. Willie, Dr. Linda, and Dr. Nancy Khan for being the speakers in this international webinar. Next, for all the committee, all the moderators, and all my colleagues, thank you very much for the preparation, cooperation, and hard work to conduct the international webinar. Finally, thank you so much for all participants to attend this international webinar today. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our international webinar today is about explorations in the arts of teaching, listening, and speaking in online setting. It is attended by the lecturers, the students of the English Education Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the University of Jember, the English teachers at junior and senior high schools in Indonesia, the lecturers at university level from many places in Indonesia as well, even from other countries such as from Taiwan, Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, conducting teaching learning process in the COVID pandemic situation at the moment is very challenging, including teaching, listening, and speaking. Why? It is because we conduct the teaching learning process in online setting rather than offline setting. And effective and efficient instructions in these situations is not only decided by how well we design the instruction, but also how well we implement the design by using any online platforms. So having good ability in designing, listening, speaking, and designing, teaching on listening and speaking, and having good skill and implementing information technology and how attract students' attentions, how to do content presentation, how to manage students' interaction and participation, how to maintain students' motivations, how to respond to students' questions, and how to assess students' progress in the teaching, listening, and speaking must be owned by English teachers so that the teaching of listening and speaking in online setting can run well. Since teaching is an art, so many things can be done in order that teaching, listening, or speaking in online setting can be successful. Those issues are the focus of this international webinar. By joining this international webinar, we expect we can get deep understanding about the arts of teaching, listening, and speaking in online setting and the skills to implement information technology using any online platforms. Then, after that, we are able to design a balanced listening and speaking course which provide various good condition for listening and speaking in online context so that learners are able to learning useful things effectively and efficiently. Therefore, please join our international webinar today attentively. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open officially to the international webinar entitled Explorations in the Arts of Teaching, Listening, and Speaking in Online Setting. Thank you. Back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Ibu Zakia Tasnim, for the wonderful speech and opening remark that you gave us. All right. Now, next, we are going to move on the next one, which is we are going to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Dear participants, could you please put your right hand on your chest over here when we are playing the national anthem, and let's sing together. But we need you to mute the microphone, but still we are going to sing it together. Mr. David, would you please play the national anthem for us? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. David. Would you please continue with the hymn of University of Jember?
Orangnya nanti kasih buka bang. Hah? Nanti kasih buka. Passwordnya. Buka. Hah? Enggak.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your participations in singing our national anthem and our hymn of University of Jember. All right. The next agenda will be praying, so that this webinar today is granted with blessings from God the Almighty, that we are going to finish this webinar to the end without any troubles at all. All right, for Mr. Rizky.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
the
you.
time is yours.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bilkis.
Welcome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, all. So before we begin our event, let's beg to the God that we hope our event can be a successful event. So that's why please lead me to pray by using Islam version. For those who have different religion, you may use your own way to pray. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يعافي ويكافئ مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله ربي زدني علما وارزقني فهما ربي زدني علما وارزقني فهما ربي زدني علما وارزقني فهما ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحانك ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين الفاتحة.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizky, for leading us for the prayer. All right, thank you. Then the next will be our main session for today, which will be the presentations from all 5 presenters. So I would like, before I give it back, I give it to the moderator, I would like to introduce you to our esteemed speakers for today. So the very first speaker will be Bapak Willy Arenandia from National Institute of Education, Nanyang University, and the next will be Ma'am Linda Hannington, our ELT consultant, and the third speaker will be Ma'am Nantikan Simasangyaporn. I hope that I'm pronouncing her name correctly, and she is from Institute of Language Institute of Thammasat University. And our 2 colleagues from University of Jember, Ibu Eka Wahyuningsi and Ibu Rika Andayani. All right, let's welcome all these esteemed speakers, and please stay with us, stay tuned until the end of the webinar. And I would like to remind you again that we are going to give you the exit ticket or the link to the e-certificate by the end of our session, after the Q&A and after all the sessions are finished. So I hope you do not ask about that in the chat box, so that the speakers will be, will freely use the chat box to communicate with you. All right, thank you. Now let's finally go into the session, which will be the first presentation from Pak Willy. And the first presenter and the second presenter with Bu Linda later will be led by Mr. David. Pak David, are you here?
Yes, Ibu Bilkis, I'm here.
All
Can
right.
you hear my voice?
I can hear you very clearly. Okay, clear as crystal.
Right.
All right. Now we are going to give you the time. So you know the rules, like all the minutes and everything. The Q&A will be for every presenter.
Yes, Ibu. Thank you so much for the introduction.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Mr. David, time is all yours.
Okay, good morning, Bapak Ibu. Thank you so much for attending our international webinar today. Well, my name is David, and I am going to be the moderator for the first and also the second plenary talk in today's event. So, first, before I proceed to the first plenary presentation, which is going to be delivered by Dr. Willy, allow me to read his CV. So Dr. Willy Renandia is currently the principal lecturer at National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And regarding his educational background, he has achieved the Baccalaureate of Arts in Teaching English as a Foreign Language in 1977 at IKIP Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And then he obtained the Master degree in Teaching English as a Foreign Language in 1982 in IKIP Sanata Dharma, Indonesia. And he also pursued another Master degree also in Teaching English as Second Language in 1989 at the University of Hawaii, Manoa, United States of America. And then he obtained his PhD in Educational Psychology in 1993 at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, United States of America. Dr. Willie has been truly interested in numerous areas of English language teaching, such as language learning pedagogy, reading and writing pedagogy, extensive reading and also listening, and also comprehension theories and second language acquisition. And then also he has taught a number of courses such as teaching reading and writing, teaching reading and vocabulary, second language reading pedagogy, and also curriculum design and development. Well, that clearly describes his expertise in English language teaching role. And then also Dr. Willie has published hundreds research articles and also publications in numerous reputable journals. And up to today, he has Google Scholars citations of over 7,200 citations, okay, which is truly remarkable achievement, Doctor. And then also he has published several academic books such as Methodology in Language Teaching, also English Language Teaching Today, and Motivation in Language Classroom. And of course, he has been involved in several international webinars, such as the ELT for Global System across multilingual context, and then also the other conferences, such as in the University of Malang and some other universities in Indonesia, and of course in some other countries throughout the globe. Okay, so I guess we can go on to the presentation by Dr. Willie. Dr. Willie, are you with me? Dr. Willie? Ibu Bilkis, can you hear my voice?
I can hear your voice clearly, but it seems that there's some trouble with Pak Willie.
Okay,
Willie is
right.
Okay, I'm going to ask him to unmute. Hello, sir. Willie, can you hear us?
Just give me 1 second. I think I lost my connection.
Okay.
No, that's okay.
Is my voice okay now?
Yeah, we
yes,
can hear you
it's very clear, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. So, Doctor, before we begin, allow me to inform the participants that we have 60 minutes for your sessions, and that also includes the question and answer sessions at the end of your presentation. And Bapak Ibu, if you would like to raise questions, you can write your questions in the chat box later during the question and answer sessions, and then we will read your questions for Dr. Willie. Can we start now, Doctor?
Yes, I'm all set to go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we present you Dr. Willie.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Ibu Zakia. Thank you for having me again. Ibu Eka, also thank you for having me for the second time. And also Ibu Mutiara. Ibu Mutiara is going to have a chat with me during my presentation, just like last time. The topic that I'm going to share with you today is developing second language speaking proficiency. It's a very important topic for everyone. I think the next session will be on listening, and the third session is probably also going to be on listening. So I will be focusing on speaking. Ibu Mutiara, let me just ask everyone a question here. when we teach language in the classroom, we usually focus on, 4 major language skills like listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Well, they come in a package. They come together. They are all important. But if I were to ask you, Ibu Mutiara, which of the 4 skills is the most valued by people, generally speaking?
Generally
Listening,
speaking,
yes. Listening, speaking, reading, or writing?
I think it's the speaking one, because people,
yes.
People judge how well your proficiency is based on how good
Exactly.
you're speaking.
Yes. I think you may have come across people who can understand the language very well, but they can't really produce, they can't really speak. Some people may be able to write very well, but they may not be able to speak. So speaking is very important, and speaking is often the goal of foreign language instruction. Whether it is English, Japanese, Korean, whatever language you're learning, eventually you will be judged, like Ibu Mutiara says, that on your ability to use the language for communication. And that's why when you travel out of Indonesia, for example, if you visit, interesting places, and if you want to ask questions, ask for information, then you would probably ask, do you speak English? Instead of, do you write in English or do you read in English? You would ask questions like, do you speak English? So today, I want to focus on 2 things. How? The first one is, what do we mean when we talk about speaking proficiency? What does proficiency mean, and how do we know whether somebody has that proficiency? So that is the first point that I want to get across to you. Very important basic foundation. Number 2, once you understand that, then we are in a position to teach, to use approaches, to use methodology that is most relevant, that is most useful, that is most effective to help our students develop their English language speaking proficiency. So these are 2 things that I want to share with you this morning. Let's begin with the first one. What is speaking proficiency? And I'm going to define this using just one single sentence. This to me is a very nice, very short, very easy definition to remember. When you say that somebody is proficient, then you are basically saying that that person, say Ibu Mutiara, for example, she has the ability to use language orally for speaking for a variety of communicative purposes. So there are 2 major things here to consider, or 3 actually. Number 1 is ability. Number 2 is talking, speaking, communicating orally. And the third one is for a variety of purposes. Very important. For a variety of purposes. If you have been teaching your students for 3 years, for example, but all they can say is, good morning, teacher. And then, how are you, teacher? I'm fine, thank you. And you? Okay, that is, yes, using language orally. That's correct. But the ability to use the language is very, very limited to just greeting. Yeah, how are you? Goodbye. Very simple ways of using the language. Now, when I talk about ability to use language for a variety of communicative purposes, I am referring to your ability to tell a story in the language, in English, to share good news, sometimes bad news as well. So sharing, telling, informing, to compliment people, to say nice things about other people. It's a very important function, is a very important purpose of using language. I want you to try this later after I finish my presentation. Please compliment me by saying, Pak Willy, you do a nice job, or something along that line, yeah? So these are just 3 examples of what we mean when we say ability to use language orally. At a rather advanced level, the ability refers to being able to explain a concept, to explain an idea, to friends, to people whom you don't know very well, to your students, and to other people in your workplace to explain a concept. This skill is very important when you are an English teacher. When you stand in front of the class, you need to be able to use language, to use English to explain a variety or different types of concepts, ideas to your students in a way that is easy to understand. How to give a speech, for example, that requires a different set of skills altogether. It's not easy, but this is part of the skill of being a proficient in a second or in a foreign language. The last one is not easy at all. How to manage a difficult conversation. This is a situation where you need to use language very carefully. You have to choose the words really carefully. You need to use the kind of tone, for example, very nicely. You need to use your body language. You need to use a variety of resources, language resources or non-linguistic resources that you have available to present yourself to navigate a difficult conversation. A difficult conversation with your husbands maybe, or with your neighbors, or with your bosses, or with your students. All this require a very skillful use of the language for communication. Are you with me on that? Yeah. So these are examples of what I mean by ability. Very important to remember, ability is the actual thing that you do with the language. In our discussion today, that means orally. Okay, now what are some of the indicators of proficiency? Well, your students may be able to tell a story. Your students may be able to explain a concept, but how well or how good they are in using English for telling a story, for explaining a concept. We have, there's a consensus, there's an agreement among experts, ELT experts, that you need to pay attention to 4 criteria or 4 indicators of proficiency. Number 1 is accuracy. Accuracy, another word for accuracy is correctness. Whether or not the grammar is correct, whether or not the sentences are correct, whether or not the choice of words is correct, whether the pronunciation is correct. So one indicator is correctness. I was listening to Ibu Mutiara very carefully when she was introducing early on. I can tell you that she is 100% accurate. Please say thank you to me.
Thank you very much. You're so nice.
That is accuracy, okay? Very important, yeah?
Thank you.
Now, this indicator can be used to differentiate, to distinguish different groups of students depending on their levels of proficiency. Some students are not very accurate. Some students are really good in their pronunciation and everything. Number two is fluency. Another important indicator, another important way of telling whether your students have reached a certain level of proficiency is fluency. What is fluency? Simply defined, fluency means your ability to use language, number 1, quickly. Number 2, easily. So quickly and easily. And number 3, smoothly. Smoothly, yeah? And number 4, if I can add number 4, it's effortlessly. Effortlessly means you just say it in a very nice, in a very smooth way, and you don't have to think very hard before you say anything. Again, Bu Mutiara again is a great example. She is very, very fluent. 100, yes, 100% for her. So accuracy and fluency.
Thank you.
Okay, another important indicator of accuracy, fluency. The third one is complexity. Now, what does complexity mean? Complexity refers to our ability to use a wider range, a wider samples of language usually in terms of vocabulary, in terms of grammar. So if you have a students who are able to speak English but using only very easy, very simple words and very short sentences, then that student may not be very advanced in their level of proficiency. So complexity shows you the different degrees of ease with which you can use a wider range of language features in your speech, in your presentation, in your interaction with other people. And finally, another important indicator is appropriacy. Appropriacy simply means that when you speak to other people, the other people feel happy with you. The other people do not feel offended because of your tone, because of the words that are insulting, and you basically using language in a way that is socially and culturally acceptable. Yeah. So it's not enough to be accurate. It's not enough to be fluent. It's not enough to be able to use a wider range of language. But if people think that you are not a very nice person, then it will be very difficult for you to have a conversation with other people. So appropriacy refers to whether or not people see you as a nice person, as a polite person, as somebody who is culturally refined. Okay. So those are the 4 indicators of proficiency. Now, what sort of standards do we usually use to measure proficiency? Now, interestingly, these are the 2 major internationally recognized proficiency standards. One is TOEFL, the other one is IELTS. I know that in Indonesia, these 2 tests are used widely to measure, to indicate whether you are proficient or not proficient in the language. Ibu Mutiara, what is your TOEFL score? You don't have to tell me. But if you want to tell me, you can. What is your IELTS score?
I haven't taken my IELTS, but I have taken TOEFL like years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mention that?
Yes. And then
and
what
there
happened?
is also, yeah.
After you took the test, what happened? You received the score?
Yeah.
And when you saw the score, what do you say? Oh my God.
But lately, later I think quite good score, I think.
Yes, okay, very good. Okay, now the question for us, if you are an English language teacher, the more important question is this. Yes, these 2 tests are widely used in the world, but are they a good indicator of your students' English language proficiency? Please say no. Please say no with me. The answer is no, they are not. They are not the best measure for your students' English language proficiency. Now, these 2 tests are good, actually. They are good tests, but they are tests used for different or developed for different purposes. These tests are used to measure your mostly academic English language proficiency. And for our students, I don't think that is what we are trying to do in our school teaching context. What we need to do, what we need to help our students develop is their general English language proficiency. And TOEFL and IELTS are not the best indicators, are not the best tests for this purpose. Now, in the past few years, I'm sure you have heard about a new standard. It's not a new standard, but it's been around for many, many years. It's just that it has not been adopted in Indonesia, but it has been adopted in a number of countries in the region. And the standard is called a Common European Framework of Reference. Well, essentially what happens is this, using this framework, you can tell whether your students are at the basic level, at the basic users, at the basic level of proficiency, as indicated by the first 2 levels, A1, A2, whether they are at the intermediate level, indicated at the B1 and B2 level, or at the higher level, proficient at the advanced level, known as the C1 and C2 level. Now, what is interesting? What is interesting about this is that For each level, there is a very clear description about what somebody who is at the A1, A2, B1, or B2 level are able to do with the language. Now I'm using the word able to do with the language. Remember my earlier definition about ability. Yeah. So this is a measure of your ability, of people's ability to use the language. I'm going to show you some descriptors here. This is the first one. I can use language in a simple way to describe experiences and events, my hopes, my dreams, my ambitions, and so on and so forth. Still, another description, and these two belong to the same level, yeah? Sama. I can briefly give reasons. If you are late, you can give a reason. If you're not doing a good job, you can give a reason, and explanations for opinions and plans and many other things. Still, another descriptor belonging to the same level, I can tell a story and describe my reactions in a simple way. Now, if somebody can do this, all these three things, what level does he or she belong to? Ibu Eka, if somebody can do these things using a new language, using English or using Japanese or using Korean, doesn't really matter. That person belongs to which level of proficiency? You can just take a guess. A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2.
C1.
C1. Okay, Ibu Rika. Ibu Rika, what do you think?
Yeah.
C1.
Hello, Mr. Wiley.
Yeah.
Okay, C1.
C1, very good. Yes, Mutiara, C1.
I think it belongs to the A1 or A2.
A1 or A2. Oh, interesting. Linda, are you there? Are you listening, Linda? Linda.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes. What level is this?
I think it's about a B1.
Yes, I think Linda is absolutely correct. It's a B1. It's a B1, definitely not C1. C1 is pretty advanced. Somebody who is advanced is able to do more than this. Yeah, so this is like B1. B1. I think I am happy, or I will be very happy if high school students in Indonesia are able to do this. Remember, we are talking about ability, not the ability to do a multiple choice test, for example. No, it's not that, but the ability to actually produce language for purposes like this. Okay, so that's a B1. Let me take you to Malaysia. I said earlier on that Indonesia has not adopted this model or this framework. Malaysia has done it. Thailand, I think, has done it as well. And then Vietnam has also adopted this. China has also adopted this, although they don't call it CEFR. Japan is also doing the same thing. Korea, I'm not too sure. But increasingly, many countries in the region are adopting this framework in order to describe proficiency, in order for teachers to be able to use this as a basis for developing their lessons, developing their tasks and activities. Now, interestingly, in Malaysia, these are the target levels of proficiency. A1 preschool, preschool itu kindergarten begitu ya. A2 primary school. B1, B2 itu untuk high school students. Untuk teacher education, if you want to become a teacher, then you need to reach a proficiency level of C1, C1. Again, remember, this is about ability, ability to use language for different purposes. Now, how about Indonesia? If I were to ask you, English teachers in Indonesia, what is an ideal level of proficiency for guru-guru bahasa Inggris di Indonesia? Quick answer. A, B, C.
A2.
A2, no. I think it's higher than A2. Are you describing their present level or their target level of proficiency? Well, anyway, this is present level. Yes, I think this is something for us to think about. If we are really serious about increasing the level of proficiency among our students, the first thing we need to do is to raise the level of proficiency of our English teachers. The higher, the better. C2 is too ambitious. I think somewhere between B2 and C1 should be okay. So B2 and C1 should be okay. I think that is a target mostly in many countries in the region. So that is the first part of my presentation. Do you want me to continue?
Yes,
I think I should.
Sure, of course.
I think I should. So that is the foundation. Yeah, we need to understand what proficiency is all about, how you define proficiency, and then how do you measure, indicate proficiency. And now we are moving towards teaching approaches and teaching methods. So the question that I want to address is this: how do you develop proficiency, speaking proficiency in particular? How do you go about doing it? Let's begin with the bigger picture first. At the level of approach. Approach is pendekatan. At the theoretical, at the big level, there are many different approaches out there. Banyak sekali. Many approaches out there. But for simplicity and for me, I would like to focus on two major approaches to developing language proficiency. One approach I would call, the approach of teaching language as knowledge. Yeah, teaching language as knowledge. Number two is teaching language as ability. These are two different approaches. And later you will see which approach is more popular among teachers in the world, and which approach should we be adopting by, after we have understood, what the nature of proficiency and the theory behind developing English language proficiency. Let me first begin with the teaching language as knowledge. What do we mean when we say that we teach language as knowledge? We need to start from the theoretical discussion. The language theory, the linguistic theory that we use as a basis for teaching language. When we teach language as knowledge, basically the source, the linguistic theory is often called the structural linguistics. Structural linguistics basically says that language can be described in terms of the elements, the units, the properties of, the different aspects of the language. Sounds, pronunciation, words, morphology, sentences, syntax, and then discourse and things like that. Yeah. So that is what structural linguistics, in a very simple way that I've described. Basically, it looks at the structural property of the language. Now, if that is your starting point, then it's not surprising that when you teach, what you do is you break it up. You break up language into units, into pronunciation, into vocabulary, into grammar, into sentences. You begin with simple sentences and then complex sentences, compound sentences, and things like that. And then when it comes to teaching, what do? You teach every single of these units very clearly, very explicitly, very systematically to your students. Is this something that you've been doing? Can I ask you that question? Yes? Please say yes. Yes, I think you're nodding your head. So if you do a lot of these things, when you teach grammar very explicitly, when you teach grammar rules explicitly, when the grammar items are presented and taught in a linear fashion, one after another, this week present tense, next week past tense, and the week after past perfect tense. I don't know why we're doing it, but that's what we've been doing all these years. Yeah, day one is present tense. Why? Because today is the present. And then tomorrow or the next week is the past tense. Why next week is the past tense? I have no idea. And then Number 3, the assessment, the testing usually focuses on language knowledge. Yeah, and usually the form of assessment is usually multiple choice, fill in the blank, true, false, and things like that. So this is an example of an approach to teaching known as teaching language as knowledge. Yeah, okay. Number 2, next. One very popular method for teaching is known as the PPP approach. P3, PPP. First, you walk into the classroom. The first thing you do is you explain, you present the language item. You spend 5, 10, 20 minutes explaining what the present tense is. And then P2, okay, class, now here is a handout for you to fill in. Practice, 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 practice. Now, please, I have 10 sentences here in a statement. Please change them into questions. And then P3 is now it's time for you to practice using the language. So the PPP approach is still well and alive. Now, important for us to know that the PPP approach is basically based on the idea that we should be teaching language as knowledge. The other approach is called teaching language as ability. Sumbernya, atau teori bahasanya, the linguistic theory is known as the functional linguistics. Language, yes, language has properties. Language has sentences. Language has words and everything. But more importantly, language is used to communicate ideas. So the meaning is more important. How to express ideas, how to express your feelings, how to tell stories and things like that. And because of that, if you adopt this approach, then language is not broken down into small units. Language is always presented as whole. Whole text here refers to a complete story, a dialogue, a speech, and many other instances of language that is presented in a very meaningful and holistic manner, not broken down. The criteria for selection is not this week present tense, next week past tense. No, the criteria is the language easy to understand? Is the text interesting? Is the text something that the students can relate to in a meaningful way? So that is the criteria, mostly. Yeah. And language learning is largely implicit. You don't tell your students very clearly, very explicitly what the rules are. Yeah. You can do that a little, which is the last point here. You can actually highlight some of the important features of the language. Some important words, some important phrases, some interesting sentences. Yes, you can do that. But that is only a small part of your teaching. Yeah, the teaching in the classroom that happens in the classroom is mostly implicit. Now, let me ask you this question then. So 2 approaches to developing proficiency, teaching language as knowledge and teaching language as ability. Which approach is more popular? Very easy question.
Knowledge.
Knowledge, yes. Teaching language as knowledge, yes. And number 2, which approach is more in line with theories or good theories of language learning?
Ability.
Yes, teaching language as ability, but which one are you using? Which one are you adopting in your daily teaching? The left or the right or somewhere in the middle?
The right one.
The right one.
Blue one.
Very good. You should be doing the right one. Yeah. Okay. Now, we have looked at what proficiency is. We have looked at what approaches people are using. Now, let's look at a nice quote here. It's a nice quote from a book. This is a book about second language learning principles. This is, to me, a very, very interesting and very important quote for us to remember. The ability, remember when I discussed proficiency, we are looking at the ability, yeah? The ability to produce language easily. Let me translate that. The ability to speak fluently. That's what it means. The ability to speak fluently for a variety of communicative purposes, draws heavily on implicit knowledge. So this is a finding, a statement based on years and years of research into the nature of language learning. So how do you develop that, implicit knowledge of the language? Okay, let me share with you another quote from a book here. The book is called Teaching Readers of English. It's a very, very good book. I think if you are good with Google, you'll be able to find this book somewhere on the internet. Okay, let me share with you here a quote from the book. And this quote is describing an approach, a teaching approach. Rarely, Bu Mutiara, can you read that for me? Rarely
in language education do we find a teaching approach that is so universally hailed as beneficial, important, and necessary, yet is so underutilized and even ignored.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please look at this very carefully. This is a book that describes one of the best approaches to language teaching. And what is the name? What is the name of that approach? Can you guess? No? There you go. That's the approach. And that approach is called extensive reading. Yeah? That approach is called extensive reading, or you can add extensive reading and extensive listening. And who says extensive reading is good? This guy, Richard Day, says this in his book. Mutiara, read this again.
Good things happen to students who read and listen a great deal in the foreign language. Research studies show they become better and more confident readers. They write better, their listening and speaking abilities improve, and their vocabularies become richer.
So basically, it's describing that this approach, extensive reading, facilitates or supports your students' English language proficiency development. In the original quote, it's just reading, but I think I am adding the word listen because nowadays students read and listen at the same time. When they turn on their audiobooks or the books online, they can read and they can listen at the same time. So these two approaches to teaching language is probably one of the best out there. It helps the students develop their implicit knowledge of the language. And there are many resources out there that you can download. Room to Read has hundreds, literally hundreds of storybooks or easy reading materials for you and also for your students. If you want to hear the words in the book, in the story spoken, here is another one, Storyline Online. These two sources are free. So make use of them. If you believe that this is an approach that is useful for your students, then make use of these resources. The internet is there. Now that you are doing online teaching, this is really, really great. If you're looking for something free, and it has thousands, actually, literally thousands of resources, thousands of listening and viewing and reading materials, this is the website. It's called ELLLO. ELLLO. Yeah? Okay. Now, if you have some money, or if you want to implement the Merdeka Belajar policy, for example, in your university, I would suggest that you consider adopting this digital graded reader library. It's called X Reading. It's good for your students, English language students. It's also good for the whole university. Students who are taking English classes from the Lembaga Bahasa, for example. Yeah. Now this library, this is a digital online library containing more than 1,000 easy reading materials. Now, when you pick a reading materials, you can read on the screen and you can also listen on the screen as well. In other words, you can read and listen anytime, anywhere. However, However, this is not free. So you have to pay a little. Yeah. Now, what is good about the system is this. The system has a built-in learning management system as well. And that system allows the teachers to actually manage the reading program. The teachers can track the students' progress. The students can check their understanding. They can guide the students' selections of books that they want to read. The teachers can also assign activities. Everything is there in one system. Let me know if you're interested. I know the guy very well, and I can get you a very, very special price today only.
Not free.
I'm promoting the X reading. I mean, this is really a very, very good program for your students' English language development, or for your students' independent study project as part of the Merdeka Belajar activity. Yeah, I can give you the email address of this person, and I can help him to do a demo, for example, for your universities. Now, let's look at the teaching methods. I'm coming to the end of my presentation now. Okay, so how do you actually teach listening? Now, I'm going to look at listening and speaking because these two are very, very related. I don't think you can separate them. So the first thing you need to do is, how do you go about teaching listening? What procedures, what steps do you usually go through? Let me show you a typical way of teaching listening in the classroom. Yeah, usually you have prepared some audio materials, and then before the students listen to the audio, you do some warm-up activities. Maybe you spend time explaining some of the language problems, and usually doing some brainstorming for the content before the students listen to the audio materials, right? And then during listening, the students simply turn on the audio, or the teachers turn on the audio, and the students listen once and then listen again, right? And then number 3, the teachers then ask questions. Teachers cannot live without asking student questions. So you assess whether the students have learned anything by giving them comprehension exercises. Is this very typical, Mutiara? Is this something that teachers normally do?
Yes.
Yeah? Yes, very typical. Yeah. Yeah. Later, you listen to Linda. Linda has got some very interesting, exciting ideas about how we can enrich make our listening lesson even more exciting and rewarding for our students. Now, here is my suggestion. In your listening class, there are many, many other things that you can do. Things that can support the development of your students' language proficiency. Now, here is my suggested procedures for teaching listening. The before one, the same. Yeah, that's what the good teachers do. Explaining, setting the goal, getting students excited about the listening materials, the same. But the middle one is very interesting, because this is what research is telling us about what we need to do in a listening lesson. This is where the students get to choose whether they want to listen at normal speed or they want to listen at a slightly slower speed. It's very important because students often don't understand. They can't understand because the speed is just too fast. And when that happens, they can't understand anything. And when that happens, they won't learn anything from the listening materials. Point number 2. Yeah, students can have a choice to turn on the subtitles, on or off. That is another important pedagogical consideration. Subtitle first in Bahasa Indonesia, maybe, if you have to, and then subtitle in English. And number 3, without subtitle. Now, what is important here at the middle stage is that the students get to listen again and again and again and again and again. That is, to me, is where the source of language learning. And then number 3, after. Yeah, well, you can ask listening comprehension questions, but there are many, many, many other ways of checking students' comprehension. You can be more creative. You can ask students to ask You can ask thinking questions, you can ask feeling questions, you can ask doing questions as well. Doesn't have to be higher order comprehension questions all the time. I don't think they are very useful in language classes actually. So mind mapping, even drawing, acting, blogging, vlogging, whatever. Now all these things can be used for you to check whether your students have understood. Number 2, shadowing. Again, shadowing is one technique that experienced proficient users of English, of the language, have been using in order to improve on their English language proficiency. Shadowing simply means repeating, reading aloud what you are hearing from the audio, or speaking along with or without the subtitle. So shadowing is something that I would suggest to listening teachers. And finally, ask students to do more listening. Yeah, bring in more listening materials of the same topic to your students. Now, this is where the students get a lot of practice and practice and practice. Why? Remember, the indicators of proficiency is fluency. How can you develop listening fluency if you only ask your students to listen once or twice in a lesson? You can't. Yeah, you have no choice but to get your students a lot more opportunities to practice. Let me give you an example here. This is a real example of the experience of very, very excellent speakers of the English language. Now, these are high school students who are so good, and they have won English language competitions in China. Remember, they're winners of national English language competition. And what they said is that they spend many hours of practice. So you can't do without practice. And number 3, this is what they reported doing. They listen again and again and again. What is the benefit then of listening again and again? Here is something for you to remember. This is an example of what these students are saying when they were interviewed by researchers. Yeah. Mutiara, can you read that for me? This is a student speaking, yeah? Recounting her experience.
All right. I was
slow in the beginning.
I had to listen to it many more times.
Okay, that is step number 1, yeah? What happens after you have listened to it many more times, like 3 times, 4 times, 5 times?
Next. I gradually developed some feel for the language.
Yes, feel for the language. What does feel mean? What does feel mean? Mutiara, if you can replace this word. Yes, get the hang of it.
Like the sense of it?
Yes, at the sense of it. What is one word that I used earlier on? I hope you can see the link here. Yes, it starts with I. I, M, P. Yes, almost there. Im.
What is it?
Implicit.
Oh, I see.
Implicit. Yeah. Remember the definition. The ability to use language relatively easily draws heavily on implicit knowledge. This is exactly what it means. Yeah, in normal language, dalam bahasa sehari-hari, this is what happens. I think this is right. I know it's right. I don't know why, but it feels right. I get the hang of it. More, please. I feel that I just have countless. Yes, read that, Mutiara.
Okay, I feel that I just have countless patterns sort of swimming around in my head.
Yes, so this is what happened when you listen again and again, when you read again and again. All of a sudden, your head is filled with hundreds and thousands of patterns. Lines from movies often naturally pop out when I need them. When I want to speak, I speak from what I have heard before, from these patterns. Now, what does patterns mean? Are they vocabulary? Are they grammar? Or are they both? Okay, quick answer. They are both grammar and vocabulary merged together. Now, these are known Now, these are known as lexical chunks. Lexical chunks are fixed expressions. They come together, words that come together, phrases that come together, like this. These are examples of chunks. We'll just have to make do with it. You just say it without thinking about, okay, we is a pronoun, and then is will, and things like that. You just say this together. Yeah, we just have to make do with it. No choice. I'm sorry, let me make it up to you. You can make fun of me all you want. The good news made my day. Please make up your mind. Now, this usually come together. Make up my mind, make my day, make fun. Don't make fun of me. Make it up. They come together just like that. Not individually, word by word, but they are together, chunks. Where do you learn this from? From listening again and again, and from reading again and again. These are other examples of chunks. This one's on me. Saya yang bayar ya. So it's lunch is free. I'll be paying. This one is on me. It was lovely to see you. Thanks for coming. I don't believe a word of it, and so on and so forth. More examples. I'll be making a move then. I see what you mean. Let me think about it. So these are phrases, patterns that you acquire, that you learn, that you remember implicitly. And later when you need this, you use them. Okay, so that is what you learn from listening. Remember, listening is so important. Listening is the basis for speaking. Okay? Now here is an example of a typical lesson on speaking. Very typical. Yeah, the before is, for example, the topic is how to stay healthy, and then the teachers talk about it, have a discussion briefly, brainstorming, and then the students do some pair work, group work, and after that, okay, class, who wants to do a class presentation? Very, very typical. Is this the only way? No. Is this the best way? I don't think so. Yeah. Now here is my example of a new way of teaching speaking. Before. Now the before is so important. The before is where you need to provide your students with a lot of sample or model texts, ideally from you, from the teacher, and also from other sources from the internet. So the first part is where the students get to learn the language, the expressions, the patterns, and things like that. And then you spend 5 minutes, highlighting some of the language features that these model texts are using. For example, when you are doing a presentation, you begin by saying like, okay, my presentation today is organized around 3 major topics. Topic 1, topic 2, topic 3. I will start with the first topic. Now, these are things that you need to highlight to your students so that they can do the same later. The during, the usual thing, pair work, group work, and things like that. Now, the after, I would suggest no class presentation. Yeah, once in a while, okay. Once in a while, yes, you can ask your students to do a class presentation, but most of the time, no, not a good idea, because the moment you do that, only one person gets to practice speaking. The rest of the students are just doing nothing in the classroom. So you can do a lot more group activities here. You can do a task known as 3, 2, 1 to develop students' fluency. In other words, they have to present 3 times. First for 3 minutes, then do it again for 2 minutes, and then do it again for 1 minute. Again, this is targeting fluency development in your students. So here are some of the group work activities that you can do. You can engage students in doing a lot more speaking activities. You can use a Zoom breakout rooms, for example. Yeah. And rotating students in different groups at 3 different times, for example. Okay. Now here is my last idea. How to use technology or applications that are now available, very popular, and easy to use as well. One application that I would suggest is this Flipgrid. Flipgrid is a video sharing tool. It's free for you to use, it's free for you to download, and it's free for you to use with your students in the classroom. Very, very easy to use, yeah? So later tonight, you may want to download the application. What can you do with it? Here. Step number 1, you can ask your students to video their talk, their presentation, for example, on their own. So the first picture stands for doing the videoing. The second one is for students to check their own video. So a checklist is provided by the teacher, and then the students would listen to their own recording and they do self-assessment on their presentation in the video. If they're happy, then that's it, done. If they're not happy, usually they should not be happy because the first time you're doing it is always terrible. So you have to do it again. And then have another go at a recording. Remember, the key thing here is we need to get the students to do things again and again and again, yeah? With some guidance from the teacher. Number 2, once the students have produced the video, is that enough? No, that's not enough. Give them more practice. Do the video again. Picture number 2 is share your video with your classmates. And then ask your classmates to rate, to provide a response to video. If the response is thumb down, then you have to do it again. If the response is largely thumbs up, then you are done. Again, the key point here is the students get another opportunity to present, to have his or her presentation, distributed or shared with other people. And finally,
excuse me, doctor.
Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you.
Yes, I know, 1 minute. Thank you. Now, this is the last one. Now, at this point, the students should be ready. They have done it. They have self-assessed their own performance. They have got other people assessing their performance. Now, the next one is for them to feel very happy that they are now ready to announce to the world and share their language, their speaking performance via Twitter, via YouTube, and so on and so forth. Now, this to me is a very good use of technology for language teaching. So, what have we learned today? Basically, only 2 or 3 points. Number 1, I've spent time describing what language proficiency is. Remember, the keyword is ability. And number 2, to develop that ability, you need to teach language as ability, not as knowledge. A little bit of knowledge is okay, but mostly it should be teaching ability. And how do you develop that ability? You need to develop students' implicit knowledge of the language. And how do you develop that knowledge, implicit knowledge of the language? By 2 things. Number 1, listening. And number 2, by reading. And then I've given you some examples of how we can enrich, we can make our listening lessons and speaking lessons even more exciting, even more useful for our students. These 2 books are free for you to download. They're all available in my ELT corner, and the website address is willyrenandia.com. Free for you to download. David, back to you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Willy. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big applause for such a wonderful and inspirational presentation by Dr. Willy. Well done. Thank you. Right, now we come up to the question and answer session. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions or opinions regarding your experience in English language teaching, you may share with us, and you can also write them down in the chat box right now.
I think Mutiara has one question for me. Mutiara has one question for me.
Yes, Ibu Bilqis Mutiara, you have questions, please?
Lots of questions for you, actually.
just one.
One question.
Yes.
Oh, in the
easiest one.
The easiest one. All right.
Yes.
I'm going to choose. Right. Previously, you mentioned the 3, 2, 1 task.
Yeah.
The 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. How could? What is the purpose of making it like 3 minutes first, 2 minutes later, and why is it like the number decreasing? How could it help
Yes.
students in improving their speaking?
Yes.
Thank
Number
you.
one, if you ask your students to do it 3 times in 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, boring. So, you know, for variation, you ask your students to do it 3 times, but using, you know, at 3 different durations, 3, 2, and 1. That's point number 1. Yeah, it's more interesting. You're adding variety. Number 2, how does it improve your students' proficiency? You are giving students a wider range of language practice. When you present something in 3 minutes, and then you do it again in 2 minutes and 1 minute, you need to rephrase, you need to rethink, you need to choose different words, you need to choose different sentences, you need to choose different strategies to present the same information using different time frame. Point number 1. Point number 2, you don't ask the students to do it 3 times, 3, 2, 1 with one group of students. No, you need to do it with 3 different audiences. So 3 different groups. Ask your students to travel to 3 different groups. First, do it in 3 minutes, do it again in 2 minutes, and do it again in 1 minute. Again, the big picture is we want to give our students practice in developing their fluency in speaking. Now, interestingly, research tells us if you are able, if you give students opportunities to develop their fluency, their accuracy also improves. And their ability to use language in a more complex ways also improve. So that is what research tells us actually. So doing things again and again is actually good.
All right, thank you very much. That really enlightens me, sir.
That was a difficult question.
Sorry about that. All right, pass it to Mr. David.
Okay, thank you, Mumidera, for the questions. And Dr. Willie, we have another questions from Rizky Octavian. Allow me to read it for you. If language proficiency is developed as knowledge, does it mean that we have to acquire and use the language correctly? So,
yes.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Learning language as knowledge is useful only to some extent. In the bigger picture of things, when you teach language explicitly, when you explain rules of grammar, rules of forming different clauses or clause structure in English, is it useful? Number 1, yes, it is useful. Useful for what? For helping students to do well on the test, yes. But for speaking, for writing, does it help? Yes, a little, not much. How little is little? It's a bit tricky to say. I would say about 10 to 20% useful. The other 80% or 75% comes from your implicit knowledge of the language. Implicit knowledge means you just, you remember those words, those phrases, those patterns in your head after you have seen and after you have heard a lot of instances. And the best way of doing that will be daily listening every day, maybe for 15 minutes, and daily reading, again, also for 15 minutes. Now, in the meantime, you can continue teaching in the same way, which is fine. I mean, sometimes we have no choice but to teach English or language in the same way. Please continue. But if you do that without any additional attempt to help your students to develop this implicit knowledge, then what is going to happen is what we have seen for the past 50 years. Students spending 6 years, 6 tahun, 6 years. And at the end of the 6 years, can they produce the language? Yes, a little. They can say, how are you? They can say, I'm fine, thank you. And you? That's about all. Goodbye. Yeah. So yes, knowledge can help increase your accuracy, but I don't think it plays such a big role in the overall, scheme on the bigger picture of language proficiency. Thank you so much for your question, Pak Rizky.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Dr. Willie. And perhaps one last question. Is that okay, Dr. Willie?
Yep.
Okay, and this one comes from Theo Sulan Suban, and the question is related to the teaching of English in high school context. So the question is, how can we teach language skills Should we focus on isolated language skills or integrated language skills?
Okay, the answer is obvious, yeah. It has to be integrated. Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to teach language separately, grammar separately from pronunciation, and separately from vocabulary and things like that. I think ideally you should connect reading and writing together. You should integrate listening and speaking together. I think that makes a lot of sense, or even integrate it together. I don't think we should be teaching language bit by bit. Yeah, and that is the idea behind teaching language as knowledge. I think we've been doing this for many, many years, and we're not getting anywhere. So I think we need to change. We do need to change. The idea, very entrenched in our mind, is that, well, learning is step by step. That's not true. That is not true. For language teaching, for language learning, it is not step by step. Step by step is the wrong way of doing things. Yeah. At least that's what I thought. I hope Linda will support me later on.
Well, okay. Thanks so much, Dr. Willie, again for the wonderful explanation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have seen some more questions in the chat box, but unfortunately, we don't have much time to cover more questions and also answers. So I guess that's all we have time for the first plenary talk by Dr. Willie Renandia. So if you please join me to give a big hand for our first keynote speaker, Dr. Willie. Thank you so much.
Turn on your audio when you clap so that I can hear you.
Clap, 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 clap.
Yes, clap, clap, clap.
Right. Well, before we close the first session, allow me to read a brief conclusion of our first discussion. So, in order to develop language proficiency, especially in spoken communications, it is very important that we define specific framework of language proficiency in relevant contexts. And this has to be supported with the right indicators of English language teaching, such as the accuracy, fluency, complexity, and also appropriacy. And in order to develop clear framework, especially standardized one, language teachers can use global language framework such as the CFR, which has been adapted in diverse contexts across the globe. And of course, when it comes to English language teaching in a class, it is very important that teachers, strive to develop the feel and also implicit knowledge of the students to develop their language acquisitions in natural way. Well, I guess that's just one brief, but I hope it helps to, complete the whole picture of the presentation, Doctor. Well, so thank you so much. And now we will eventually go on to second plenary session. But before we move on, I would like to pass the time back to the Master of Ceremony. Ibu Bilkis, to you, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. David. Pak Willie, that was really comprehensive explanation. That was really great. I cannot really divert my eyes from you because it is so interesting, and there are lots of things that I learned and something that I just actually I need to do it like that, which I think everyone in this room thinks the same. All right, thank you very much.
Please invite me again.
Sure, we're going to see you next 2 days, 2 days from now, right? We are so happy to have you here. All right. Thank you very much once again for all the questions and for Mr. David for administering the first session. Now let's move on. Let's invite the second speaker, Dr. Linda Hennington, which will be led by still the same moderator, Mr. David. Ma'am Linda, are you here?
I'm here, yes.
Okay, it's nice to see you. Hello.
Okay, shall I share my screen now?
Sure. We would be happy to have it. All right, Mr. David, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Mudira Bilkis. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the second plenary sessions, which is going to be presented by Dr. Linda. But first, again, before we move on, allow me to read her curriculum vitae. So, excuse me. Right, so Dr. Linda has done several studies throughout her teaching career, such as the MA in Education, Training and Development at the University of Hull, UK, and she graduated with distinction. And then after that, she also did training course in teaching and also learning online at Sheffield College. In 2004, she did an MBA in strategic management, especially in marketing, from which she graduated with distinction in 2004 at the University of Leicester. And in 2016, she did the doctorate degree in education at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University. And Dr. Linda also has obtained some prestigious awards in 2016, such as the Tan Hoi Kui Doctor in Education, which is Gold Medal Award for Best Overall Student. And in 2017, she obtained NRE Excellence in Teaching Recommendation. And then also, I would like to read some of her educational and also employment background, such as in May in 2010 to May 2019. She was in charge as a lecturer and also assistant head at the Teachers Language Development Center, English Language and Literature Academic Group. And from May 2010 to, from May 2007 to April 2010, she was also involved in CMO Regional Language Center, where she was in charge as the deputy head of language teaching. And then also in British Council, especially in Singapore, she was involved at the institution from 1989 to 2005. And also, Dr. Linda has published over 30 sole and joint publications and conference papers during the 9 years at the National Institute of Education. And the last one, but not the least, regarding the research interest, Dr. Linda has been profoundly interested in aspects of phonology, listening and speaking skills, learner autonomy, academic management, and also staff development and appraisal. Okay, well, Dr. Linda, before we move on, allow me to inform you that we have 60 minutes to cover the whole presentation, and that also includes the question and answer sessions. Dan Bapak Ibu, kami akan kembali mohon menulis chat nanti ketika di sesi question and answer sessions. Well, Dr. Linda, we can start now. To you, please.
Thank you very much, David. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to the university today to talk to you. The title of my speech is called Listening Carefully, my presentation. It links really to my interest in communication skills and phonology, and it will link into what Dr. Willie says, I hope. So just to let you know a little bit about me, as David has said, I have been around the world. I've worked in all these different countries, the UK, Germany, Austria, Singapore, and Spain. And I started, like many of you, as a language teacher, and I moved up to become a teacher trainer. I've done academic management, and then I was a senior lecturer at NIE. And now actually I'm retired. So I'm a freelance ELT consultant. So today for my session, I'd like to talk about 3 things. So firstly, to situate listening as part of the communication process. Yeah? So we needed to situate listening within a wider skill set. As Dr. Willie said, we have the 4 skills, yeah? And also to consider listening in online contexts, online settings, as that is our focus today. Then I'd like to focus on one aspect of this, and that is listening as decoding. And let's look at what's involved and how we can help our students. And then if we have time, I'd like to look a little bit at active listening, what it means, and again, what we can do to help our students. The Q&A policy will be right at the end. Okay. So let's look at listening as part of the communication process. So let's look at listening in the skill set. Here we are. So we have traditionally the 4 skills of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. But let's consider listening and speaking. I want you to think for a moment. You don't need to write anything. This is just thinking. What happens when people have a conversation? What does the speaker have to do? What does the listener have to do? Is this a one-way transaction or a two-way transaction? And why do you think that? So I'm just going to give you a little while to think about this. Okay, so when we look at communication models, they have changed over the years. Early on, we thought that our communication was a line from one to the other. Then later, we looked at communication as being interactional. So we listen, we speak, and so on. And nowadays, we tend to look at communication as a transaction. Okay, what does that mean? Well, there's a lot of other things involved when we look at a transaction. And I'm going to look at a very popular model with you to situate listening. So this one is quite old, but it's still very popular. It's Barnum's transactional model. So again, you can have a look at the model and think about what do all these terms mean? And if we're thinking about language learners, is there anything else we need to consider? All right. So I hope you've had a chance to have a quick look at that. We're going to explore the different items. Okay, so let's examine this model. Let's look at first context. So this is so important in terms of our settings. Where are we? What kind of situation are we in? Are we in a classroom? Are we online? So, you know, today we're looking at very much how do we work and function in online settings? And what are the contingencies of those settings, which comes possibly to things like the noise that we will talk about a bit later. Who are the people in that setting? Who are the interlocutors? Which we then have to think about the field of experience of both or more, all those people. We all bring with us our culture, our background, our age, our different educational experiences, and things like our mood, how are we feeling? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Victoria.
Yes, I can
hear you clearly.
Oh, okay, that's fine, because I can just hear some noises coming up. Yeah. There may even be our financial security. I mean, many people at the moment are having difficulties learning because they're concerned about all these other things that are such as their financial security during the COVID period, and even gender, for example. Then we have the acts of encoding and decoding. So if I want to communicate with you, somehow I have to encode what I want to say. And I encode it in language, but I also encode it in non-verbal communication. So the way I look at you, the smiling, the hands as well. But very importantly, I'm encoding it into language. The message comes to the receiver who has to decode it. So I have to take whatever I am receiving, both in terms of the non-verbal and the verbal communication, and I have to make sense of it so that I can respond to the other people or persons. And actually, it is in the area of language decoding that I want to look at in particular today. Now, in all this, there is plenty of noise. It's not just physical noise, but other kinds of noise. So physical noise might be that you're feeling too hot, that you're not very comfortable where you're sitting. Intra and interpersonal noise. Intra is within yourself. So you might be very anxious about something. You've got an exam coming up or an assignment, or you've got to mark all your students' homework. So all this is affecting the way that you would communicate, the way that you would possibly decode what you are hearing. And interpersonal is how people relate to each other. So I can't see you at the moment, but you can see me, so you're receiving impressions of me. I had a look at some of your faces before, and I have received some impressions of you. I know that your teachers and lecturers and so on. Then there is semantic meaning, which we will come back to again, and something that I think is related even more to language in a language learning context. And within this transactional model, we can employ different strategies to minimize the barriers. So we can try, for example, to reduce any barriers in the interpersonal space. Yeah? We can try to reduce barriers in the physical space by sitting somewhere comfortable and so on. Okay, so this is the transactional model of communication into which we're going to situate some work on decoding today. Our setting today is communication online, and that is one of the many contexts that we can encompass into this model. We listen a lot online, actually. So really, we can so exploit this particular approach to being able to listen. We listen online in real life. We listen to the television, we listen to the radio, we've got our YouTube, we listen to the news, all these sorts of things. And music, for example, for students is very important. And we listen online in class. We're normally playing a YouTube or a tape. We listen to the teacher as well, and we listen to each other. So we have all these opportunities for plenty of listening and plenty of ways to encourage extensive listening, more listening, all the things that Dr. Willie was talking about earlier. We can tap onto students' interests in terms of their music or in terms of their hobbies, and we can recommend things that are interesting to them individually, as well as things that the class as a whole might be interested in listening to as a result of the topic of a lesson discussion or something like that. Listening online, yep, it tends to be more one way, but nowadays with video conferencing facilities and so on, we can recreate a more two-way situation for our listening context. There are big pluses of listening online. We can shut out all the other noise. Many of you today are wearing headsets or earbuds, so that one allows us to focus and to concentrate. And the other thing, which I think is very important, is the fact that we have control. So if the listening is non-live, we can go back, we can listen to it again, we can rewind it, we can slow it down. We can do all those things that Dr. Willie was saying in order to give us opportunities to listen more than one time, to try to understand, to enjoy what we're listening to. So listening online, great. So if we're thinking about listening, what kinds of noise? Well, we have the physical noise, yeah? So I guess some of you are at home well, all of you are at home right now, but there may be some distractions. You may have kids running around and so on. And that's a very common distraction. There's also concentration spans. I mean, how long can we listen for? We might need to take breaks. Yeah? So we need to think about our physical comfort when we're listening. And then again, intrapersonal things. Maybe if we're feeling a bit agitated, it's a good time to listen to a nice soothing song. Yeah? In interpersonal, I was going to talk about politics, but maybe I won't. But, you know, we can think about who we would like to listen to at a certain time, how we relate to different people. Then coming more to, I mean, all these things apply to any language, right? Doesn't matter whether it's English, Bahasa, Thai. But listening online, also we need to think about language-related noise. So when we are learning a foreign language, what kind of noise is going to make it more difficult perhaps for us to decode? And this is where we're going to be mostly today. So this is just for fun, okay? This is about semantic meaning. Okay, so I'm British, yeah? So if I say these things, that's not bad. I'll bear it in mind. You must come for dinner. I only have a few minor comments. That's if you've given me your article to review. What do you, or what does a learner maybe understand about my meaning? Have a think. This appeared in a British newspaper, by the way. Okay, so the British newspaper argued that this is what a learner might understand. Okay. Is that more or less what you thought, or did you think something different? And the newspaper argues that if a British person says this, this is what they mean. So, you know, when we're working with listening, we have to understand what's the meaning behind the apparent words. How does that person use that language to say something? So this is an area of semantic meaning that we build up as teachers. So if we're looking at linguistic barriers, as teachers, what can we do? Well, clearly language proficiency, as Dr. Willie has described, as the way he's described to develop it, is a major consideration. As we build our learners' proficiency, as we build our own proficiencies, we get better at all these things. It's also important for listening to provide a lot of variety. And here I'm talking about language variety as well as different contexts. We want to be able to hear people with different Englishes so that we become accustomed to the different ways people speak English. So it doesn't have to be only British or American people. We should be listening to people who speak English as a second or a third language or have a different variety, for example, in Singapore. We also need to think about the pace. I'm hoping that my pace is suitable for you to listen to me at the moment. When we're talking to learners, we may need to slow down. Yeah? One of the common things, and Dr. Willie mentioned it and he has written about it, is the perception that the pace of speaking is too fast for the person to actually decode. And that's one of the good affordances, as Dr. Willie said, of recordings and the ability often to slow down a recording and certainly to repeat it frequently to be able to catch the language. Okay, and the last thing that we can work on is helping our students with decoding. And this is where I'm going to talk about decoding in terms of pronunciation. But I would like to say that this is like a subset. When we're doing listening, we want the extensive listening. We want our students to comprehend. Yeah? We want our students to react and respond to the listening. But being able to decode it is also quite important in terms of what we can do to help. So we're going to focus on decoding and decoding pronunciation. My interest in this really started when I was teaching, and I was teaching in London, and some students came to me one day and they said, Miss Linda, What do you say? At the beginning of the lesson, you always say something. We hear this. What are you saying? I'm going to try this on you in a minute, okay? And then again, when I was working at CMEO RELC in Singapore, I was working with some very conscientious, hardworking language learners from China. And they too, when we were doing listening, they say, I don't understand that stretch. I can't understand it because it all runs together. So it's looking at this kind of thing, that, getting this response from students that gave me an interest in this area of decoding. Okay, so I'm going to say 2 phrases, and I want you, if you've got a piece of paper, to write them down. If not, just think of them in your heads. I will repeat them, and you'll notice I've got recordings on my screen because this is something that's really important for listening, particularly if you're doing focused listening, that we need to have models that are constant. Okay, so I'm going to play the first one. I'm going to show you some pictures. Okay, so I'm going to play the first one. Ready? It's only very short. I'm all ears. Okay. Can we do it again?
Is it possible to make it louder, ma'am?
Is it possible to make it louder? How about I say it? Okay.
Yes, say it out loud.
All right. But
Okay.
one thing I have to say is I'm
Thank you,
concerned, maybe not here, but later, that my model won't be constant. And that's one of the reasons why online recordings are so fantastic, because they're constant. Okay. All right. I'll do the first one. I'm all ears. Can you hear that one now?
I'm all yours.
Okay, I'll show you later, don't worry, okay? And the second one, first of all.
Yes, we can hear that.
You can write it down? First of all.
Right, we got it.
Yes.
Okay,
right.
So have we got it? David, do you think that's enough? Would you like it again?
Yes, I think it's enough, Doctor. We can keep up with the way you pronounce the words.
Good. Okay, so that was the pre-test, right? Okay. So as I was saying, I want to make a plea for using online models, for listening. Recordings are fabulous. They are constant. So if you are listening to particular features of language, it will be the same every time. It's very difficult. Even a native speaker like me who does this a lot, I can't maintain my model. And certainly, it's very difficult in a classroom to maintain your model. They're flexible. Students can slow them down. They can stop the tape if we give them control. And they are repeatable. Again, as Willie said, listening to things multiple times is very important. Okay. So what do we need to decode? We're going to think about 4 areas. It's not all the areas of pronunciation, but we'll look at these 4. Sounds, word boundaries, rhythm and stress, and intonation patterns. We need to be able to decode these when we're listening. So let's look at sounds. So we need to be able to distinguish sounds in words in context. Okay? So give him a pat, give him a pet. It's cold, it's cold. Now, often the context will tell us, but it's not always true that that is the case. I have to tell you a real story from Sunday when I went out with a friend and she said, oh, my mother-in-law has got a coffee shop next to this restaurant. And I knew that the family were in the funeral business. So I said, oh, a coffee shop, that's interesting. What's that got to do with funerals? I didn't hear her properly. She said coffin shop. So that was a real example that happened just recently. Okay, so what I said to you was one of the last two things. Did I say to you, first of all, or did I say first of all?
First of all.
I guess first of all, the first one, lecturer?
Yeah, I, at the beginning of my lessons, I often say to my students, first of all. And my students in this particular context, they had understood festival. So we have here, there's an sound versus an sound, but very particularly, there's some work there on linking up. Another one that is very common amongst learners that I've encountered around the world is they don't hear the end pronunciation of past tenses. So they watch TV, they watched TV. They don't hear that t ending. As a consequence, and an ex-colleague called Adam Brown has written about this, this affects their spelling when they write. And when they're writing stories in the past tense, because they haven't actually heard and realized that there is a past tense ending there, they don't use it when they come to writing. So this kind of listening skill, this kind of decoding, being able to hear these sounds, is very important. We also need, we can help learners. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Ship and Sheep, right? So there are many online resources. They purportedly really are for pronunciation. However, they provide sound discrimination practice. And in order to be able to produce sounds, and in order to be able to listen and understand and decode, students need to be able to discriminate the sounds orally. You know, they need to be able to hear them before they can produce them. If you can't hear it, there's no way to produce it. So these kinds of things which give you discrimination practice, there are many games for younger learners as well, can help develop this sound awareness. One of the problems that we all face, and I face it equally, is that English spelling is a mixture of consistency and inconsistency. Now, John Wells talks about phonics. I mean, the sound spelling relationships are worth doing, and the inconsistencies give rises to many difficulties for the learner, both in identifying a word from its written form or selecting it. And he's talking about reading and writing, which is where phonics is usually making the link between the spoken word and the written word. But equally, it applies to us in a language learning context, where our students may be quite familiar with the written form, but when they hear it, they have no idea what it is. So I just show you a few examples. Yeah? Now, the first three, is the pronunciation of those three little phrases the same or different for you?
I think this one is quite different.
Okay.
Especially with the vocal sound.
Okay, so if I say it, actually, it's this. They're here, they're here, they're here. It's actually the same. They're here, they're here, they're here. So it's, if you can read the, I've tried not to put too much of the phonetic script actually, but if you can see it, all of it is there, yeah? The second one, we have the sound air, but in English, we have a number of possible spellings. So again, students need to be able to know that, okay, sometimes we will hear air and it will be spelt A-R-E, care, fair, where, different possibilities. The long E sound, the E, very often is represented by a double E, so sheep. But we have peace and we have please. So again, this kind of sound spelling awareness will help students to recognize words when they're listening. But I want to reassure you, because on the whole, there are regularities, right? So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this particular slide, but on the whole, the I spells the I sound, the E spells the S, the E spells the S sound, the A sound, and so on. So they're certainly very regular at, for some of these spellings. And then with the long vowels, they tend to spell their names. So we have face, a, seen, mice, rose, rude. Okay, so, and often these will have a silent E. So we can again help our students to recognize these sounds. Okay, so to go to what Willie was saying, noticing. So a lot of what we can do with students is read them stories, allow them to read stories, allow them to listen to stories, to enjoy the stories, to understand the stories. But then after that, we can go back and help them notice some sounds. So if I just read this story, it says, there was a pond in the forest, and in the pond lived many frogs. One summer it didn't rain. All the water in the pond dried up. The frogs got very hot. What shall we do, they said. Let's go and ask Owl. He'll tell us what to do. He looks so clever, so wise. He looks so clever. So they went and asked Owl. Now that text, it's actually got a lot of spelling O in it, right? So how do we say the O in certain words, right? So we've got, there was a pond, O. Many frogs, O. Yeah? The frogs got very hot, O. Yeah? But then we can look at do. So D-O, we've got a different sound there. Go, yeah? So, go and so, that's the same sound. Isn't that interesting? And then that very difficult word, O-W-L, owl. That's quite a different sound. So, you know, as you as a teacher or teachers are introducing stories and things like this with students, we can look at sensitizing them to the different sounds that they might hear, the different sound possibilities. It's just noticing. It's just a couple of minutes. It doesn't need to take very long. Okay. In terms of consonants tend to be easier than vowels. They don't move around quite so much. But another one here is the K, the K. So we have kite, we have car, we have accept, accent, accommodation. We have accept, excellent, quiet, and queen. So when students hear this K sound, there are different possibilities for the way it might be spelled. Okay, here is a little sound riddle for you from the Education Bureau in Hong Kong. Okay. Can you answer the question? I'll give you a moment to read that. Okay. Did you get the answer, canteen?
Yes.
Yes, well done. Okay, and then we could go on and we could look at how do we hear, what is the pronunciation of the letter C in these words? There are two different groups, aren't there? So we've got the K that we looked at before, cakes, Coke, cafe, yeah? But we also have S, cinema, city, certificate, yeah? And then we can help sensitize the learners by adding a few more words to each group. So sensitizing our learners to the different sounds is maybe a very early step in their learning process. Now let's look at word boundaries. Okay. Now, sounds may change, in English in particular, sounds may change depending on their context. And you have to listen, and you have to decode the sentence from the context. So can I try playing this sentence for you and see if you can write this one down? I ate 2 eggs, an apple and a nut. Okay, I'm going to say it I ate 2 eggs, an apple and an ant. Can you try and write that one down for me? I'll do it again. Are you ready? I ate 2 eggs, an apple
Yes.
and an ant. And I'm deliberately going quite fast because I know you're actually very good English learners. One last time. I ate 2 eggs, an apple and an ant.
Okay, some participants wrote the right answer, I guess, Doctor. I ate 2 eggs, an apple, and a nut.
Ah, well, let's wait and see. I hope so. Okay. I ate 2 eggs, an apple and an ant. So the first part, I think you got, right? I ate 2 eggs. Yeah? So we can say, going down the first column, we can say 1 egg, 2 eggs, 3 eggs, 4 eggs. Fine. Okay, no problem. And we can say that. We never have to say it any different, right? But if we listen, we may hear 1 egg, 2 eggs, 3 eggs, 4 eggs. And as you can see from the phonetics here, we're putting in an extra sound as we move from the end of one word to the next to allow us to be very fluid and ultimately also very fluent. So we may not be able to distinguish as a listener that this is 2 words. We may perceive it as 1 word. Yeah? The last part, did you get this? I said, I ate 2 eggs, an apple, and an ant. Now that was very tricky, wasn't it? Yeah. So, and many listeners will hear napple and then nant. Yeah. And an ant, nant. Yeah. So what is happening here? Well, let's go back to the first recordings that I asked you to listen to. I actually said, I'm all ears. I'm all ears. But when I say it quite fast, some people will hear, I'm all years. I'm all years. And then they're trying to work out, what am I hearing? What can I decode? The nearest words that I know are these words, just the same as we did with festival. So we need to help our students sort the stream of speech out into the individual words that they recognize and then can understand. So in the example of an ant, what I would do is I would delete the D on and, right? And then I would link the consonants up, and then I've got my sounds reduced to that schwa sound. And even though these are very simple words, extremely difficult to decode. Would you agree?
Yes, Doctor, of course, yeah. It's also a challenge in the context of our teaching here in Indonesian setting.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is why I'm talking about this as a plea that you can help your students with this in a very little way in the course of your listening, especially with online listening. And then there's another one. I mean, I've taught teachers in England, English language teachers, and they will argue that this does not happen, but it does. So if I have park and green, when I put them together, I say green park. So my sound is changing. If I say boy and I say good, but when I put them together, I say good boy. Even ladies, we all have one of these. I guess I might have a bag, it may go in my hand, but when I put them together, I have a handbag. Yeah? So these things are happening between words or even within words, and it causes a lot of difficulty for our learners in terms of decoding. Park, green. Oops, sorry. So how can we help learners? Well, first of all, we can sometimes show them what's happening. So I can write up, as I did when my learners said to me, what are you saying, Linda? first of all, and I can show it's first of all, that it links together. I can show that my D is dropped and I have an ant. I can help them too with my hands. I think my mirror image is a bit odd, right? But first of all, first of all, first of all, first of all. So I can show them how these things are happening visually. After you've done all your listening, you've done all your exposure, all your wonderful things, and the students are fairly familiar with the text. So I do stress this is not something to do listening cold, right? We can choose little bits of the recording and give mini dictations using the recordings. And you can do it in two ways. The first way, you show them how many words they've got to find. Okay, and then they may hear a stream, but they know there's 5 words in there. They've got to work out what the 5 words are. And then a bit more advanced, you just give them a blank and they have to decide what it is. I did this a lot with these learners from China, and they found it very useful actually, but only a little bit, 1 or 2 minutes in a lesson. Now, there's one thing I do want to say though, that if we're talking about international English, and I'm talking about the sounds, the linking up of words and so on, and we're talking about speaking, what is important for intelligibility, for being understood by others, and what is not? Okay. And the answer is actually when you speak, you need the sounds, yes, but you don't need to link up the words in the way that I've just demonstrated to you. In fact, people who don't link up the words are probably easier to understand than people who do. So in international contexts. But when we're listening to people, we can't determine how they link up or don't link up, and we need to have the possibility of being able to decode what they say so that we can understand. Okay, so I'm going to move on to rhythm and stress now. So a lot of the issues with decoding listening are because English is a stressed timed language. And so we have a regular beat, and that means everything between the beats is reduced. And we often reduce it, as you know, using a schwa, the sound, or the short I sound. Okay? Now, Bahasa is a syllable timed language, so we don't have all these reductions. So it's quite different in that sense, yeah? So in order for me to get the beat in this line, I have to squash everything else, yeah? So I would say, who smiled as she rode on a tiger, so that we hear the content words, we hear those are stressed, everything else is reduced. Oh, and my box, sorry, my bubble should be on the tie, not on the go, so sorry. So how can we help learners when we're listening to this beat and then the rhythm and the reduction of things, of sounds between the beats? Well, we have in our books, and we can bring into class, lots and lots of songs and poems, rhymes, jingles. All these are extremely good for practicing listening. They're fun. Students love to repeat them again and again. And if we're talking about speaking, they can shadow, they can improve their fluidity as they sing along or recite. And the really good thing for us today, which wasn't the case when I was teaching long, long time ago, nowadays you can find the words online. I have to tell you, I spent hours and hours listening to songs my students had requested, trying to decode what the singer was saying before the days of computers and the ability to get words for songs, poems, and so on easily online. So again, a lot of exposure like this will help our students be more practiced in listening to English and decoding it, getting the feel for it. So this is, so what could you do with a poem or a rhyme? This is one of my favorite limericks. Limericks are good because they're very short, but you have to pick them because many are not terribly suitable for students. So this one goes like this. There was a young lady of Liger who smiled as she rode on a tiger. They came back from the ride with a lady inside and the smile on the face of the tiger. So when I introduce this to students, my first question is actually, what happened? What happened? And the answer is the tiger ate the lady, right? So if you laughed when you read that, you understood. But then we can ask our students, okay, which words seem to link to the next ones when you hear this? Yeah? And you might come up with an answer. A young lady of Liger. Sorry, that's my recording. You might come up with something like this. There was a young lady of who smiled as she rode on a tiger. They came back from the ride with a lady inside and a smile on the face of the tiger. I don't need to use my phonetics, my phonetic script for this. And then I might ask, you know, which words have that schwa sound? So, a lady, yeah, came back from the ride, and so on. So that would add again to the understanding that some words are weakened to get the rhythm and stress of English.
Yeah, excuse me, doctor. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
But we have 10 minutes left.
We have 10 minutes left. Okay, I thought I started at 22, but
okay.
I can gallop through the next few. Okay, no worries.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Intonation, again, it's the movement of our voice, right? So listeners have to decode. If I fall with my voice, I'm making a statement. If I rise, I'm asking a question. And again, for you later, I have the recordings so that you can listen to this. There are 4 areas that we need to think about: accent, grammar, discourse, and attitude. Okay. So if we have this sentence, we can change the stress and it changes the meaning. I'm working tomorrow. You may not be working, but I am. I am working tomorrow. I'm working tomorrow. I'm working tomorrow. I'm working tomorrow. So again, depending on what I stress, actually changes the meaning that the listener has to decode. I'll skip that one. Again, I think you know this one. Often students ask things that sound like a question when they think they're a statement. And we also have the question or the confirmation in the tag questions. Quite important for discourse, we will rise until we finish. So if we rise, he bought a book and a pen, then I haven't finished my list. But if I say he bought a book and a pen, then I've finished. And again, in discourse, we need to know, when can we start talking? When has the speaker finished? And then attitude, depending on how we say things, will reflect our feelings. Okay, so how can we help learners? Again, we need to raise awareness. I would say, you know, the accentual, what is the impact, particularly if we stress function words, as quite often happens with our learners. It gives prominence to those that may confuse the listener. We can also ask students to interpret what they hear. What is important? Is it a question? Is it a statement? Has the speaker finished? How is the speaker feeling? All these things help to sensitize the students to these aspects of decoding. Okay, David, I'm going to finish here now. Okay, so we've looked at sounds, we've looked at word boundaries, we've looked at rhythm and stress, and very briefly at intonation patterns. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. there are a few more slides on active listening. Don't worry about those. Those were extra just in case. Here are my references. Here's thank you.
All right, Dr. Lina, for such a nice and wonderful presentations. Okay, right. So, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, we now invite questions from the audience. So, if you have some questions or share, please feel free to write them down in the chat box. Let me check the chat box first. Okay, I guess we have one questions, but this one is not written in the Zoom chat box. We got this one from the Telegram. So, Dr. Lina, this one comes from Adele. Maybe this is one of our students. The question is, how should English language teachers treat accent when teaching spoken communication, especially in EFL context?
How should they treat accent? I would say they should embrace it. Accents are accent, or let's call it variety, right? Variety is a fascinating area, and it's wonderful that we all speak English or our own language in different ways. But we do need to provide our students with opportunities to listen to different kinds of speakers, different ages, different backgrounds, different varieties, so that they become more familiar and therefore they are more proficient when they are put into different contexts. Don't you agree, Willie?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes, I think nowadays it's important for us to give students opportunities to understand different varieties of English. Most of the time we don't listen to native speakers actually. I think we are likely to have a conversation, to have an interaction with people who speak English, but they're not from Linda's country or from the US or from Australia.
Yeah, which is good because in reality, we speak more with non-native speakers than we do with native speakers. We need to understand Malaysian English. We need to understand somebody from Vietnam as well as somebody from America.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Actually, actually, I've got a very interesting story to share. Yeah, to share with you. Nowadays, business people, top management people from the UK or from the US, for example, before they get posted to countries like Japan, Indonesia, Thailand, and many other places, they have to attend a mandatory training session, English language training session. They have to learn how to speak in a way that is understandable, that is comprehensible, that is easy to understand. Otherwise, all the business deals will not be happening if they can't speak in a way that their Japanese partners or their Indonesian partners can understand.
Yeah. So it's not just the foreign language learner. It's actually it's in that communication model. It's both sides.
Yes, it's
mutual. As a native speaker, they have to adapt their discourse so that it can be decoded by the other person.
Yeah. Now, this is one area that I can do, a lot more in the future. Training native speakers how to speak English. Isn't that a wonderful job?
Well, I believe that's going to be very important.
Oh, it is. Yes, it is important.
Yes. Yeah, well, that also happens in our class, actually, Dr. Willie and also Dr. Linda. We try to provide authentic model of spoken communication with American accent and also British accent. But, at the outset of the practice, somehow students struggle a lot, trying to sensitize the sounds and differentiate the sounds. Well, it is a hard way, actually, but it will pay off for sure.
Yeah, but just a little bit constantly, it's like a drip, drip, drip to help expose them, to make them aware, not to take away from the overall understanding and so on.
Yes. And one important skill, don't forget, one important skill that you need to teach your students is this. If you don't understand Linda, then you can ask her, you can tell her, Linda, please slow down.
Yes.
I can't
actually,
follow you. Yes,
yeah.
I think that is an important skill.
There was the slides that I didn't show are talking about how to encourage more active listening. There's just a few. So the participants can have a look at those later. But one of them is coming back to someone and saying, can you repeat that? Can you slow down? Can you just show me that little bit again, or say that bit again, you know?
Yes, thank you. I guess the strategic comment is really important to teach to our students. Right. We have some of the questions in the chat box, Dr. Linda. This one is from, let me read it first. This one is from Tengku Suraya. The question is, how to...
Sorry, David, I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. The question is from Tengku Suraya. It's
Thank you.
how do we teach different spellings of the same sound?
I would actually say it is also by noticing. And in some textbooks these days, there will be a sound focus, and then there is a grouping of different words that contain that sound to help sensitize our students to the different potential spellings of that sound. Now, if in the textbook that a teacher is working with doesn't necessarily have that, they can perhaps look at particularly the vowel sounds, right? And see whether there are the students could look at familiar words that they know how to spell, and show how that sound is represented by different spellings. Does that answer the question?
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Yes, I guess that the point relies on the explicit instruction on different sounds and also different spellings before we can actually help the students to, build the awareness and sensitize them with the sounds.
Yeah.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we beg your pardon for not being able to cover the whole questions in Dr. Lina's sessions, because we actually have some other questions, but unfortunately the time is not enough. So could you please join me to give again a big hand for Dr. Lina Harrington. Thank you so much for such an insightful and also wonderful presentation. I'm sure we can learn a lot from you. And again, before we go on to the next plenary sessions, allow me to read the brief conclusions of the second plenary talk. So basically, when we come to teaching spoken communication, we need to be aware of the right communication model for our teaching context, be it linear, interactional, and also transactional model. And also, it is very important that we build and introduce the the socio-cultural awareness for the students, because somehow like British English and also American English have different meaning when we teach English for, say, for example, students in Indonesia use the language as a foreign language. And then also, it is also important to use the chunks of language in natural communication, because in the end, our students will use the language for real communication. So something like word boundaries and also assimilation will play a very important role in context. And also, last but not least, come to deal with the varieties of accent. Well, I believe that we should take them as a friend rather than foes. With the complexity of English these days, there are many kinds of English, and students just need to be open and to be aware of the variety of English that they have to deal with in the future. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big applause again to Dr. Lina. Thank you so much, Doctor. Now, we'll pass the time back to Ibu Mutria Bilkis. Ibu Mutria, time is...
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dave, for the wonderful lady. And thank you very much for Ma'am Linda. That was really beneficial and interesting as well. That was really great. I mean, like when you mentioned about the different semantic meanings. Right.
No.
Sorry. Please wait a second. Dear audience, please make sure that all your microphones are muted so that the webinar will run smoothly. Thank you. All right, the matter about the different semantic meanings that the learners get and what the speaker actually meant was actually really interesting for me, because sometimes that kind of thing creates something like misunderstanding. Okay, so it is really important, and it is also one of our challenges as teachers of English or as lecturers of English to make students understand that. That is a really big homework for us. Okay, thank you very much one more time for Ma'am Linda for all the wonderful explanations. Okay, really happy to see you here. And I see from the chat box, one of the audience is asking, when will we have your next webinar?
Next week.
Oh, next week. Hope so.
Of course, Dr. Willie, for sure.
We would be very happy to do so. All right. Okay, so now let's move on to the third speaker, which will be delivered by Ma'am Nantikarn. Are you here, ma'am?
I am.
Okay, right.
Okay,
Thank
you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly. All right. Now, for the third session, it will be also be led by Mr. David. Mr. Dave, you're still connected with us? Can you still hear us, Mr. David? Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. David. Can you hear us?
I guess he doesn't.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't.
There should be a connection trouble with
Yeah,
him.
it seems that because I see from the screen that his bandwidth is low. So I guess there's a trouble. All right.
Yeah, okay, so perhaps you may pass the floor to me.
All right. Okay, sure. That would be very nice. So, Mr. Risky, thank you very much for the saving.
All right.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to pass all the floors to you.
Well, okay. Good morning still, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to our webinar. And today we are going to have the third invited speaker. She is, let me read for her CV first. Her name is Mrs. Nantikarn Simasang Yaporn, PhD. I'm so sorry, Miss, if
That's all right. That's all right.
And because the pronunciation of Thai language is quite difficult, so that's why please you can correct me if I have wrong pronunciation. Well, okay. So how can I address you, Miss Nantikarn, or
you can call me Miss you can call me Nantikan, or actually my nickname is Nui, because Thai people's name is really long, so we usually have nicknames, and my nickname is Nui, which strangely means chubby.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Miss.
I was a chubby baby, so.
Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, talking about her education, she has got her Bachelor of Art in English, Faculty of Liberal Arts, Thammasat University in 2005. And also she has got her Master of Education, TESOL, Faculty of Education and Social Work, University of Sydney, Australia in 2009. And then she also got PhD in Education, Institute of Education, University of Reading, UK in 2016. And talking about her areas of interest, number one, second or foreign language listening and listening strategies. Number two, language learner strategies and strategy instruction. Number three, motivation in language learning and self-efficacy. And then second, language acquisition, experiment in language learning, and the last, language testing and assessment. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will not talk more because she is already ready right now. Hello, Miss Nui. How are you today?
Hello. Pardon?
How are you today?
I'm very good today, thank you. Well, hello to everyone from Bangkok.
Okay, so the time floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me briefly introduce myself first before I start the session. And well, as you see, my name can actually be pronounced Nantikan Simasengyaporn. Okay, and so it's a really long name, so just call me Nui, that's fine. And I've been teaching for more than 10 years, and this is my 11th year at Thammasat University. And oh, by the way, if I speak pretty fast. Please excuse me. I'm really excited and a little bit nervous actually. And if I speak too fast, please let me know. I tend to speak very fast when I'm nervous. So, well, I think it happens to almost to a lot of people as well. Yeah. So I've been teaching for more than 10 years and mainly in university and also in some language schools before I got this job. And I've been teaching it, let's say I've been teaching in language schools, I've been teaching maybe lower level learners and maybe like school students before I got the job in the university after I got my master's. And then I've been teaching students in both English for specific purposes courses as well as the foundation course. And the foundation course for our university is actually like the first, actually almost like the first thing that people learned in university. So they are basically high school students. They're like 3 months apart from their high school to university. So they're basically teenagers still. And so I've been teaching that, and also I just started teaching my my master's classes only after I got my PhD. And most of my students are at the moment are language teachers as well. So I've always been interested in listening and like the process and also how people regulate themselves in learning to listen. And I believe like lately we've been okay, right. I'm seeing the chat box as well. So so I can see that there are a lot of methods that has been used for teaching listening at the moment. Like maybe Dr. Willie was talking about the extensive listening, and Dr. Hannington talked about the focus on the maybe bottom-up information and how to decode. And I think for my presentation, it will be more on the practical side of the learning and teaching listening. And I believe that many participants here who are teachers and still teaching at the moment will have been in the situation that I have for the past 6 months or more. That is, we are teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have to cope with whatever we can do and with the students. So right, let me just show my slide first. I'm a co-host, so I can show, right?
Yep.
Let me share this screen. Just one moment. Let me put up my presentation. One moment. Okay. Right. Just one moment. How do we share? All right. Okay, I think you can see my screen now, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Most
So like I said, so as I see that teaching online, it has proven to be challenging for all language teachers. And I also experienced it myself that teaching listening comprehension online is even more challenging because of many reasons. And let's see. Okay, hang on. All right, so there are many. Okay, just one moment. As we know, okay, I'm a little bit nervous, sorry. So there are a lot of considerations for listening lessons, and for classroom, we need to think about possibly the objective of our teaching. What do we want our learners to learn? Is it implicit? Is it explicit behavior that we would like to see from them? And how can we elicit that through the teaching methods? We need to choose the teaching method that we think that is the best for our students. And you also need to choose the materials and also maybe to choose the instruction language, whether to teach in now 1, whether to teach in now 2. In maybe if you believe in all exposure in English, you might teach all of them in now 2, but sometimes you might not be able to do so in terms of classroom management as well. And you might have to do it in both languages or maybe now 1. But teaching online. So I think you need to consider much more than that. You need to think about the format that your students can respond to you, maybe the means of communication that you can have with your students, maybe how can you arrange the class, how can you arrange maybe the platform, maybe on Zoom, maybe on Google Classroom. Some people resorted to YouTube video, and many other means. And also you need to think that your students are not with you anymore. They are in their own home for their own safety. And I believe that the student regulation also plays an important role in, okay, just one moment, sorry. Plays an important role in the learning and teaching as well. Okay, just one moment. Let me show the chat room as well. So, so this is what I normally do when I teach as well. I look at the chat box as well. Right, so let's have a think. So don't think of this session as something that I'm only presenting to you, but I would like to share the experience with you as a language teacher, as well as maybe a little bit of researcher as well. And I believe that for the participants who are here, maybe some of you have been teaching maybe longer than I do, because I've been teaching for maybe like around 15 years, but I'm sure that some of you must have got a lot more experience. And also we are from different countries, so it will be very interesting to see maybe the situation in Indonesia and then maybe comparing to Thailand to see how we're doing. And maybe let's start from a moment. Right, maybe let's start from common issue when teaching listening online. And this is from what I've got. So the first thing that I feel that that teaching online actually taking from me is the interaction with my students, the personal interaction that I can have when we teach in the classroom. I became a teacher because a part of the reason I became a teacher because I love interacting with the students. I love to see when my students just feel delighted when they understand something, and the COVID-19 actually took that away from us. And I'm sure that some of you might feel that as well. So the personal interaction is something that I believe can also build the self-concept through I mean, like our students can build their self-confidence, they can build their self-esteem, maybe self-efficacy, or maybe the sense of success through that personal interaction, but we do not have that anymore. And we also find it very difficult to communicate with our students because it has to be through technology, maybe internet technology. And so just like what we're having now, for example, I just heard when we ask you questions, I did actually hear some answers, right? So maybe please answer me. Do you prefer to respond to this presentation in text or in maybe verbal, maybe in written text or in verbal, as in speaking? You can answer me anyhow you like. You can turn on the microphone if you want. Let's say just two choices then, speaking or writing.
Speaking.
Okay,
Both
come on,
of
ladies
them.
and gentlemen. So which one do
Speaking.
you favor, speaking or writing in the chat box?
Okay.
Speaking.
Speaking.
Okay. Speaking. A lot of you are speaking. Okay. I mean, that might be, oh, both of them speaking.
Yeah.
Okay, you might see the speaking right now. Oh, I'm really surprised. This might be the difference. And also, or possibly, we are all language teachers. Okay, and we are quite confident about our own language. So we would like to show it off a little bit. Maybe. Okay. But when I teach, I teach ESP, which is English for specific purposes, and those are the students who are a little bit more motivated to learn, and also they are a little bit more advanced, and also a little bit older, maybe like 1 or 2 years older. So they are maybe they prefer the speaking as well as the writing, and So, but for my foundation courses, maybe my lower level students, I found that they only respond to me when in writing. If I give them the choice to write, I will get some response. But if I give them the choice, I don't give them the choice and then just ask them to speak back to me, I got nothing. Because maybe Thai learners might be a little bit more shy in showing, and I don't think that they feel safe to show something that is not perfect in their minds. So it is a little bit difficult for me to communicate with my students. And the next thing is we have to use digital platform in order to teach. So some of you might use PowerPoint presentation, might use some other applications or websites, but as we can see, not all of them are free. And I understand, like for me, I have more resources because I'm working with one of the largest university in Thailand, and we've got resources, which means budget. And in reality, not everyone will have that kind of resource. So we also need to think about some resources that are available for free for all, for teachers with all circumstances as well, when we think about how to teach. And yes, and actually the internet connection is a very, very important thing from the chat. This is coming from Novalinda. Right. Okay, because what happened in Thailand during the lockdown? I think we went on a lockdown in March, around March or April, maybe probably the end of March. And what happened is that all of the teaching and learning has to be through online, and it wasn't such a problem for teachers in the maybe for major cities or Bangkok or Chiang Mai or some places, but for teachers in small schools, where in some schools there are only like 4 or 5 computers in the school, and the students themselves may not have access to internet. What they had to do sometimes, and they may not even have a mobile phone. Maybe the entire house doesn't have one mobile phone. Maybe they do, but not the kind that is smartphone. So they can't actually learn. And we have to consider that. So what happened is that some people made some loans in order to get mobile phone so that they can learn online. And they have to use their neighbors' Wi-Fi in order to learn. And this is quite, so, and for some teachers, you can't always pay the fee. Okay, all right, you can't always pay the fee for the platform which you can use to make learning interactive. So what I'm going to do today, maybe presenting you some techniques which can help you with the building comprehension through resources which is basically free. All right, for a lot of you. And so not only that, we need to think about, the next thing to think about is the students' learning environment. I think as Dr. Linda said before about the environment, maybe the noises as well, maybe the literal noises and maybe like the other ones. And what I'm talking about is literal background noises. And I had there were some times that I was teaching, and my students turned on the microphone, and then the background noises motorcycle just came in and maybe actually beats the sound of my students. And then there was one time that their grandmother called them like, come down and eat breakfast. And which is something that they're embarrassed to do. So they wouldn't turn on the microphone to answer the question. And so I need to find some way in order to get them to respond, to see if they actually comprehend, and maybe to imitate the process of structural building in their minds as well. And so, right, for all that, I actually got 3 techniques today to present you. And those 3 techniques I hope would be able to maybe be transferred to the to other learning situation, even if it's online or not, because we are now dealing with the digital native. I believe that your students nowadays are mainly the digital native because they are born with digital technology. So they know how to use they know how to access the internet. Some of them are even digital residents, and this is a term that I just learned recently, digital residents. And it would mean that you constantly accessing the internet. You are checking emails all the time. You are looking at your social medias, maybe Facebook, your Telegram groups, or such. So, and it is very unlikely for them to access the World Wide Web with only their native language. So a lot of the times they do so using the L2 as well. So they are, in a way, learning implicitly by themselves. So they are doing, like Willie said, maybe extensive listening by themselves already. So we need to think, what is our role then? What is our role as a teacher? How can we help them? And we are so far apart. But I still do believe that our jobs are not obsolete yet. So I don't think we're going to be replaced not that soon. The thing is, we can help them with the process that they need to go through in order to comprehend or maybe to build the structures in their brain. And maybe we can do it with learners in lower level, maybe to the maybe to the more advanced level as well. There are some certain things that we can do. Right. Okay. Right. So maybe the first one that I would like to talk about is the visualization. Okay. Visualization can be is one, let's say, cognitive strategies which you can use in order to try and make pictures in your mind. Because when you learn a language, you learn through only two, let's say, only two sources, mainly for maybe from two types of input. Can anyone tell me what type of input are we learning from? Maybe from
Video.
Yes, from visuals, visual and audio.
Audio.
Yes, from visual and audio. So mainly for listening, we would focus on the audio, and we think about listening only. But when we listen, sometimes if we listen to descriptions of something, then we need to imagine, we need to make pictures in our mind, especially when we listen to some kind of description. And so we need to try and visualize what we hear. All right, so right, okay, so in teaching vocabulary as well, so possibly teaching vocabulary through listening. Okay, and so let's see, so if you would scan this QR code, let's see if you can access, and you will get to a Jamboard, okay, which is an application, a Google application, right? So let's try and scan this QR code to get to the Jamboard. Okay, I'll see if I can. Okay, one moment. All right, let me get to my Jamboard. Okay, do you need a link? I think I will, okay. All right, I will post the link here in the chat box as well. All right, if you already have access to the Jamboard, can you please write or draw something on this Jamboard? Okay, let's see. All right, Anonymous Unicorn has joined. You can access through the computer, or if you would like to, if you have maybe an iPad with a pen, or maybe any kind of platform that you can write or draw, you can use any of them. But if you're using maybe a mobile tablet, you might need to maybe download this. Right, okay, I'll say something as well. I'm accessing through my iPad as well. I'll say
Mountain.
hello. All right, let's see. I say hello here. Right, so this is one of the three. All right. Okay, hi there. Hi, everyone. So this is the first thing that I would like to talk about okay, and you can access this type of platform from any kind of okay, there are a lot. Okay, keep on going. Right, to see if you actually got on the board. I'm not really sure how many people can join, but I'm sure it's fine. And the Jamboard is available with G Suite, and I'm not sure if, I think it's free for all, especially during this time when Google are actually giving access to a lot of educational applications. Okay, hello from the Philippines. And okay, so maybe, right, we see a lot of people on this platform at the moment. Yes. All right, what you can do is to help the students try to visualize without accessing through the graphemes, which is the written form. So what I would like to do is to get you to listen to the audio clips. Okay. Right. Okay. Hello. Right. Avenger member. Okay. All right. So what I would like you to do now is to maybe. All right. I'll go to the second page. That's okay. Oh, that's okay. You can keep. Oh no! Please don't. Okay. Hang on. I think some of you are deleting my little lady. Okay. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. But that's all right. I can fix it. Hang on. Okay. One moment. Right, need to fix, I think that should be fine. Maybe you can fix it. Okay, right. So what I would like you to do is to listen to actually a monologue. Okay, you are going to listen to a monologue about reading habits. Okay, think about reading. And this lady is called Betty Song, and she's in her favorite reading places. As you can see, there is a line. Okay, let me maybe update my picture to see. Okay, just one moment. Right. Oh, one moment. Oh, right. Okay, somebody's deleting everything.
Okay, maybe for the participant, please do not do anything after Miss Nui gives the instruction.
Okay. All right. Just one moment. All right. Let me get this lady back.
Okay.
All right. So this is live drawing as well. Okay. Right. So that's fine because I actually drew them myself. That should be fine. Okay. I'm just gonna fix this little lady quickly. All right. Live drawing then. Okay. One moment.
Okay.
She needs to hold something.
It seems that you like drawing, huh?
Yes. I've been drawing since I was a kid. My dad's an artist, so.
That's it. So it's
yeah,
really good drawing, exactly.
Oh, thank you. All right, and this lady seems to be intact in my view. Okay. Right, but that's okay. We can fix that later. All right. So, okay. So, okay, somebody's adding a clock for me. Okay, thank you very much. And she's going to be in two of her favorite reading places, and you need to collaborate with each other and help each other drawing Miss Betty Song in her favorite reading places. What kind of material does she like to read, and what time does she like to read, and where does she like to read? So from this instruction, you can actually get your student to focus on some certain for some specific information. All right, so let me give you the listening text. Let's see, hang on. One moment. All right, so ready? Let's try the first time. Can you hear? Oh no, just one moment. Okay, hang on.
Perhaps
One moment.
you can-
I'm sorry, I need to stop sharing first and then share again. Okay. I forgot to share the computer sound.
Yes.
Okay, right. Okay, ready? Let's go.
Betty's song.
Yeah. We can hear it.
There's nothing I like more
You
than
can hear it?
curling up with a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
book. I like all kinds
That's
of
all right then.
Okay.
Okay, you can start drawing if you would like.
No audio, ma'am?
Excuse me. Yeah. Do you play
No
the
audio.
audio?
I did.
literature,
It seems like
novels,
it's not
general
working.
fiction, short
Oh, sorry.
stories.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me do it again.
Betty's
Okay, sorry.
song.
Okay.
There's nothing I like more than curling up with a good book. I like all kinds of literature, novels, general fiction, short stories.
So if you have
I
another,
also read a lot of books written
you
by
can
Japanese authors,
listen
translated
and
into
draw at the same
Chinese.
time.
My favorite author, though, is Chang Ailing. She is a very famous author from China. Her work has inspired women for many generations. I like to read whenever I have a bit of quiet time, like early in the morning or during lunch hour, and at night when I'm lying in bed. I usually read in a small room next to my living room. It's like a small library with good natural sunlight. I really don't enjoy reading in coffee shops or other public places. I need a quiet space to read. For me, reading is a spiritual experience that gives me great personal satisfaction. Television and movies can't do that. I can't understand why anyone doesn't enjoy reading. I can't think of any better way to relax, to forget the pressure of each day.
Okay, so that was the first round. So maybe the next time I will just play from the. All right, so people are starting to draw. Okay, just one. Okay, let me just draw that one up. 1 second. Sorry. Oops, sorry. One moment. Okay, keep drawing. Just one moment. Let me just get the file. See. Right. One moment, a little bit technical problems. That always happen with online teaching. Okay. Okay, one moment. All right, so maybe let me see what. Okay. Right. Uh-oh. Okay, that's what sometimes happen. Okay, let me try. Okay. Right, so maybe that reminds me that before we start. Okay. One moment. That reminds me that. One moment. It actually reminds me that you're supposed to teach your students how to use the Jamboard first and then get them to use it. Sorry. Okay. So let's say that's just a demonstration then. So you would see in the audio clip that it described this lady in her reading places, and maybe if you started out with maybe a figure and then or some maybe framing information, then you could ask your students to add some more. Okay, to add some information without accessing through words, because sometimes with lower level learners, they are not able to actually respond in written text yet. I think somebody have asked about teaching lower, maybe beginners level learners before. So my suggestion would be, you don't need to get them to actually respond in maybe in speaking or writing, but maybe if you would like to encourage them to develop the listening comprehension, you can do so without using text. You can do so through visualization as well. And if you can see, maybe I'll just move on from there because we have a little bit limited time. So this is from my students. Okay, sorry, 1 moment. Okay, this is what I did with another listening text, almost like this one, but from another reader. And actually there are more that I see. I mean, they actually had fun with it. And this group of students are normally very, very quiet during the lessons. And when I ask them to play games, sometimes they do, or sometimes just give up. But when I get them to just draw some pictures, not only that, it's actually a direct access from the listening text to the visuals without using maybe translating to L1 or anything, but it's also rather enjoying. Yeah, they're actually enjoying doing this as well. So, and there are platforms that you can access for free. For example, like the Jamboard, the whiteboard.fi, and the Whiteboard Fox or the iDrew, which you can use for free. For Jamboard, I prefer the Jamboard personally because you can save it and it will be in your Google Drive. But with the whiteboard.fi, it might disappear in a month, so you might need to be careful with that. Okay, so many have entered the room when not supposed to. Okay, the different tab won't give sound. Okay, right. I think there might be something wrong with the audio. Okay, because I couldn't hear it as well. Okay, sorry about that. Not really sure how to fix that. Right, so maybe moving on to the next one. Okay. Right, I think I already talked about that. Then you can do structural building with concept mapping. And okay, structural building, what is it? So structural building is a process in comprehension. So when you're trying to understand complex structure, you have to understand that it doesn't really organize in the way that is linear. Not that one thing is having equal importance as the other, or maybe one topic is not actually contains some specific information, but then when you move on to the next, do your student know that they're actually that's actually the next topic already? And the spoken discourse usually consists of hierarchical series of idea units. If you think about it, think about reading a paragraph. For example, you have the main idea, you have some subsidiary ideas, maybe like the main ideas and subordinate ideas, and having that kind of structure. You can actually do that with listening as well. This is how you actually structure your the meaning of the text, and you can do so by getting them to try and structure. Maybe the first one. Okay, one moment. Let's see if we can hear it now. Okay, the first thing is, I would like you to look at this summary. I will get you to listen to a video on YouTube, which is a source that I usually use in order to teach as well, because first of all, it's free, and also it's very authentic indeed. And okay, so this is a summary. You can present the summary to your students either in text or in audio. And this owning the dog does not only provide physical benefit for you, but also provide mental benefits in terms of communication and mental support. From this, how many main points do you think you will hear in the listening text? Okay, let's think. Let's say maybe okay. All right, there will be multiple main points in this listening text, but let's see, which do you think is the main point? Which word that points out?
Physical benefit.
Physical benefits.
Yes, definitely. So let me highlight. So the first one might be the physical benefits.
Benefits.
Anything else?
Mental benefits.
Mental benefits. Anything else?
Communication.
Right. So for in terms of mental benefit, we in terms of communication and
mental support.
Mental support, definitely. Okay. So now I will play a video. And whenever you hear anything that is related to these main topics, write some keywords down. Okay. The main thing is, what is keyword? Okay. Can you, if I ask you, what is the definition of keywords? What would your student say?
Words.
Pardon?
The words.
All right. The words itself. All right. So if I ask, I usually ask my students before I get them to look for keywords. So what is keyword? They usually tell me the word that you hear the most. Okay. So I ask them, is it a, the, right? A and the articles, this, that, right? Because sometimes like the most frequent word, when you don't know the hierarchy of the words or the function, you always hear the something because it's something you know. And so you have to also think the content words, right? Exactly. The key word is the content word. But sometimes when the students are very beginners, they are the very, very beginners, they can't distinguish between the content words and also just any word that they hear. So we need to also remind them that not every word is a key, but it's just the word that is related to these points. Okay, so let's see if you can hear them. Okay, let's see. So please tell me if you can hear it.
I have to warn you right from the beginning. You probably will want to get a dog after watching.
Can hear it?
Can't. One moment. Let me do this so that if people can't hear it, then they can still participate. Okay.
Owning a dog comes with a number of benefits for your health. Studies show that pet owners have fewer cardiovascular problems, lower blood pressure, and reduced cholesterol levels. Part of the reason might be the regular physical activity that comes with taking a dog for a walk. However, this might also be connected to the mental support a dog provides you with. Almost any type of pet is an instant cure for loneliness. Taking care of the pet gives you something to do, occupies your mind, and forces you to communicate. If you want your dog to sit, you have to tell him to sit. Dog owners are also forced to communicate more with other people. When you're walking your dog and you meet another person walking their dog, you instantly have something in common. Studies indicate that 50% of pet owners view their pet as a member of their family, and 25% of the participants in relationships reported that the pet is a better listener than their spouse. Understandable. A dog doesn't talk back, doesn't judge you, or disagree with you. Plus, it's ready to cuddle whenever you are. But seriously, this is above all a reminder for all of us that oftentimes when we are dealing with a problem in our life, we just need to talk it out, and we need the people around us to simply be there and listen. We all feel the need to be loved and accepted, and owning a dog will give you exactly this type of feeling. He's always happy to see you when you come home, and they will always be loyal to you. Dogs provide you with a sense of certainty and security that we so desire in this uncertain world. All in all, dogs are awesome. They improve your mental and physical health, give you a purpose to your day, and with a dog by your side, you will never have to feel lonely again. But before you go and adopt a dozen dogs from the local animal shelter, check in with yourself as to why you want to get a pet in the first place, and make sure you're ready to take care of the little guy first. If owning and taking care of a dog makes you happy, then by all means, go do it. Just don't forget that while your four-legged darling requires your love and attention, so do the people around you. And now it's time for the ultimate question. Are you a dog person or a cat person? Although, aren't most people dog people? I guess we'll find out in the comments below.
Okay. right? I think you've got some, and you will see that there's in the video text itself, the structure may not be that apparent, but you need to get your students to learn how to match the topic with the information itself. Okay, somebody raised a hand. Okay, let me try and see if I change my headphones and it will help. Sorry, because I
beg your pardon, Miss Nui.
Yes.
I forget to tell you for the first time that you have only 60 minutes to present, and perhaps 10 more minutes for you to present the material.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Most welcome.
Okay, let's see if you can hear. Not for long. Hang on. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? This one?
Not yet.
Yes, I can hear you.
Right.
Yeah, we
you can still hear me, right?
Oh yeah. Okay, your sound, yeah.
Yes.
And now I can't hear you. Sorry. All right. Still.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. I always have problem with this headphone. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, so you might be able to do that and then get your students to maybe add some more information about the listening text. Okay. Oh dear. Sorry. Okay, first timer. Sorry. Okay. Right. Maybe the steps to raise the awareness of the main and subsidiary point will be present the learners with a summary first, so that they are aware of the main points, and then maybe you can make discussion and make notes for the main points if you have time, and then listen to the full text and ask your student to write down the keywords every time they hear the main points. And then you can listen again and add extra information about each point in order to make a more meaningful text comprehension. Okay, so, and you can do that through like the mind map kind. And if your students are not able to actually come up with the points by themselves yet, you might help them do so by just using reorganizing the main points activity. Okay. Right. So, for example, this is what I did in my actual classroom as well. So first of all, I will just get them to think about the focus that I'm going to teach first, which in this case is Pad Thai. Right. So can you tell me a little bit about what you know about Pad Thai?
Thai noodle.
Yes, and you've got noodles. You see noodle. What can you see in the picture? Even if you don't know Pad Thai, you can see in the picture. What can you see in the picture then? Spicy,
Lime.
delicious. Pardon?
Lime.
Lime. What else can you see? You see nuts. Yes.
Yeah.
What is this?
Sprout.
Do you eat this in Indonesia?
Yeah.
Yes, it's bean
Yeah.
sprout.
The bean sprout.
Sprout.
Okay, the bean sprout. And do you know what this one is?
What's that?
Banana blossom.
Ah,
Okay, it's the banana flower itself. We actually eat it as vegetable with the Pad Thai.
Nice.
That's the original one. Yeah, the bean sprout, limes, it's savory food. And do you think you can find it anywhere in Thailand, or you have to go to some specific places to eat it?
In Thai restaurant.
Yeah, you have in Indonesia.
think
You have to actually eat it at Thai restaurant, but you can find it in any Thai restaurants, right? Yeah, it's everywhere, right? So the next thing that I would like you to do is to watch a video about this Pad Thai, okay? And rearrange the order. Okay, how many minutes I've got? Right, and maybe rearrange it according to rearrange this topic according to what you see here. Okay.
Pad Thai was created during the regime of Phil
Oh, why?
Pad Thai was created during the regime of Field Marshal Black Pibun Songkram, signifying Thai nationalism at the time. Pad Thai has been famous since World War II. Easy to cook and healthy. Today, anyone and any nationality can enjoy the dish. Noodles are made from rice, the same grain used for rice with barbecue pork, rice with chicken, crispy rice, and chilled rice. Thais love Jan noodles and name it after Chanthaburi province. Known not just for delicious noodle, Chanthaburi is also famous for traditional jewelries and mats and the durian fruit. Bean sprouts come from green beans. Thais learn how to grow bean sprouts in our elementary schools, where we also learn Thai classical dance, Thai classical music, Thai royal dance, and Thai drum dance. The sauce is made from a mixture of tamarind, originated from Africa. Tamarind can also be found in the fertile soils of Phetchabun province in the north of Thailand. Locals believe the tamarind tree is holy and use it to ward off evil spirits such as the flying ghost, the glowing ghost, the hungry ghost, also Dracula. Pad Thai is not complete without dry shrimps. Good dry shrimps come from the south of Thailand, which is known for a beautiful coral reef. There must be tofu in Pad Thai. This can be found in Chinatown. Simply dice it, stir it, and fry it with a sweet radish and eggs. Pad Thai is normally served on a plate, but if you prefer authenticity, try having it on banana leaf with banana blossoms on the sides. Banana tree trunks are also used for Loi Krathong festival, to feed pigs, and also the practicing Muay Thai. Order Pad Thai anywhere, on the streets or in a fancy restaurant. Eat it on land or on water, everywhere in Thailand. This is the story of Pad Thai. There are thousands of other stories to discover. Discover your amazing stories in amazing Thailand.
Okay, right. I think that's about it. So after that you have watched the video, then after that I show them the video, then we get them to rearrange it, rearrange all those topics. Okay, so let's see. You'll see the order. Then they talked about the origin first, rice noodle, bean sprout, tamarind, dried shrimp, tofu, banana leaf, and then where to eat. Okay, you'll see this pattern first. Then I get them to watch the video again and find the missing information to fill in the blanks, because since they can't come up with all the sentence themselves, I just wrote the summary and then get them to listen and add the word that's missing. So, and this is not a script, this is only a summary. So they have to understand, maybe from reading this, what is missing, and then try to listen and focus on the missing information. And if you see here, from that last activity, okay, one moment, let me just get this away. Oops, oh no. Great, from the last activity, actually the way that I arranged this is actually the same as in the detailed one. You see the origin is here, rice noodle is here, bean sprout is here, tamarind, sauce, dried shrimp, and tofu, banana leaf, and stuff, so that they can see that all of these main topics actually breaks down into these information, and then get them to listen again. Maybe after we fill in all the information, listen again to see where the information are placed. I know that this video clip is not maybe the best, let's say, example that I can give, because it's a little bit inconsistent, like the points, but it's the shortest version I can find. And it is quite, I found from using this kind of material that it actually engaging the students and actually actively listening and doing activity. right? And maybe finally, the last thing that I'm just going to mention is online prediction. I may not have time to maybe demonstrate this. And the online prediction that I was talking about is not actually the online that you think. So when you listen to a video, you might just play some, use some videos or maybe some audio clips that is repeated in patterns. Maybe after this, you can search for this video and see the pattern. So maybe from listening to the first thing that happened and then pause the video and ask your student to have a guess. Okay, guess what's going to happen. For example, like in short, this man actually have a very procrastinate patterns of working. And he gave an example of 3 times that he has to work. And then maybe the first time he did really procrastinate a lot. And then you can stop and get your student to maybe figure out what is going to happen in the second time that he needs to do something. Will he procrastinate? When will he start getting to work? And then the third time as well, you can do so. And in order to do, when you do this kind of activity, you're actually getting your students to connect the bottom-up information, which is the content that you hear, to the experience and maybe probably the world knowledge they already have about the topic. So if you want to do this kind of online prediction, I call it online because online means while listening. Because when you listen, you have to engage with the content and also maybe predict what is going to happen next, so that you can also link it back to the previous information and make a connection between the information. And so you can do so by maybe stopping from time to time for your student to start and predict the patterns, and then when they listen, they can verify whether their prediction is true, and it will lessen the burden from their working memory, because you have already maybe drafted the pathway that you are going to listen. And when you do that, you only verify, you don't actually create a new one, which actually uses more resources in your own working memory. Okay, and this activity is more suitable for more advanced learners, and the content of the text should be or must be relevant to the student's life. Like this one, if you are teaching university student, then they are very familiar with submitting thesis or submitting paperwork, and the world knowledge that they have about the academic world, which is rather similar all over the world, will actually contribute to the understanding as well. And so in doing so, actually they can build their own sense of success as well, because not only that they can understand, but they can also link it to their own environment, which gives them not only the sense that they can understand this, but you are a part of that conversation. Your identity will also be integrated into that listening text as well. Right, I know we have limited time, so right. So this might be it for my session. Right. Yes, integrated into culture. And okay, so I think this is time for Q&A.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Miss Nui. It's a very interesting experience while you try to combine between the technology and also teaching listening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to have Q&A session. You may, okay, the first questions from Ika Lucy. The question is, so let me read for you, Miss Nui. Is there any appropriate listening task for different level students?
Yes, I believe so, because you also you need to consider what your students are able to do and what they can't acquire yet. So when you choose a listening task or listening text, you think about the what they can actually do, like maybe the I+1, and then you choose something that is just a teeny bit more challenging than what they can do at the moment. So you can start maybe with the lower level listener. You may start with something that like what Dr. Hannington presented, maybe starting from the bottom-up information, which is dealing with the sound discrimination, or maybe building the vocabulary bank in their listening, because I think recently we have found that you learn vocabulary through specific skills. So you may build up the vocabulary with the maybe with the beginner listener first, and then once you move on towards your learning, then you start something more difficult, maybe starting to get them to understand some points in the intermediate, and then to a more complex organization in a more advanced level. And you also need to think about the length of the listening text as well, because if it's too long, then your students, maybe the beginners, may not be able to process because it's still not automatic yet. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then perhaps the more question is, based on your experience, what is the most obstacle while you are teaching listening, and how do you solve it?
Okay, in my I've got more than one experience, but the one that I got, I got the thing that I was interested the most was when my students gave up. Okay, I think you have seen many times. I always see this when my students are doing listening tasks or even listening tests. They will start out looking like this, and then starting to crouch, and then maybe pulling their hair, two of them, and then eventually they just fell asleep. So they actually got really high anxiety, and some of them just couldn't cope with the situation that they gave up. Actually, so they were really uncomfortable with the situation. What I can do is for me was explicit teaching, because if I teach them explicitly, if I tell them exactly what they need to be doing, but not and then not focusing on the product rather than the process, I get them to understand the process of listening. And if they could do the process, then they understand that it is something that they control. When they can control, they don't feel as much anxious about the situation, and they got better. That's why I got into the listening strategy instruction world. And in my experiment, I found that my lower level learners actually started to have strategic behavior after maybe a few months of teaching. They started to ask me, "What's next, miss? What's next, miss?" So they started to know that listening is not only trying to understand and trying just to get their brain to work, because they felt so anxious about that. And I know that it's a part of the process. Being nervous is a part of the process, but some of them can't really cope with that, and they just gave up before they even tried. So I wanted them to try, so I started to teach them in steps. So steps might help.
All right, thank you so much for your answer about the questions. And then perhaps the last questions for this session from I'm a little bit afraid to pronounce the name, Glynis Dexil.
Right.
It seems that he or she is from other country. The question is, why is cultural integration necessary to a listening or English class rather than using a foreign book material? Can you recommend how to integrate culture in teaching ESL to kids?
Okay, so I think this also relates to Dr. Hannington's point that you need to decode the message, right? Because when you decode it, there's more to it than just listening to literal meaning. I can give you one example. If one of my students came late, this is not real though. This is not real. If one of my students came late, really late, the class started at 9:30, and the student come at 11, and I just tell them, I just tell him or her, why don't you stay at home? Okay, so this is so if they just understand it literally, they will just go home. Right? So you have to understand that in this context, when I ask a question, it's not a question, it's actually sarcasm.
Yeah.
So you need that to understand. And also I hope that's cultural enough. And also sometimes the culture is embedded in the listening text itself. For example, if you just listen to two people greeting each other and they happen to be British, and they say, "How do you do?" If you don't know that there are more than one way of saying nice to meet you or how do you do, like that they are the same thing but used in different cultural contexts or different countries, then you might thought that it's a question. Still, like how do you do things? Like this might be, and also sometimes it helps a lot to understand what people um, like the interaction in the situation, the discourse competence itself is very important. Right. And for kids, I think you can integrate it. The use of, I would say that cartoon animations. I sometimes use like something like Peppa Pig, like that, in order to help the students. And the word culture doesn't have to be big. Just by showing them how to shop for grocery, and that is enough as a culture, because shopping for grocery might be different in Philippines, Indonesia, and in the UK or in America. That might be a different experience, and that's cultural enough for maybe small children.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the answer, Miss Nui. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are so sorry not to tell the questions at all because of the limitation of time. And thanks a lot for Miss Nui for sharing the experience and also the presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give big virtual applause for Miss Nui.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Most
Thank you for the
welcome.
opportunity.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end for the third speaker, and I will pass the floor to the master of ceremony, Bu Bilkis. Hello, Bu Bilkis. Are you with us?
He has a trouble in
Oh, well,
connection.
okay. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, because there is a technical problem of our master of ceremony, so let me continue for the fourth presenter today. Uh, for the fourth session, we will have two presenters. The first one, Ibu Eka Wayuningsih, SPD MPD, and the second one will be Ibu Rika Andayani, SPD MPD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Eka Wayuningsih, for the first presenter on the fourth session, is one of the English lecturers in Teacher Training and Education Faculty English Department. She is our captain of junior lecturers. She is a very disciplined and also she is very kind. So today she will talk about teaching listening online. How is it like? Well, okay, so I will not talk more and I will pass the floor to Ibu Eka Wayuningsih. Ibu Eka, are you ready?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear my voice, Kak?
Yes, ma'am. It's very clear. Time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Rizky. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not going to talk about the theory, but I'm going to be more practical because I will talk about something that happens in my real class. So here we go. We are going to talk about our LMS, that is the LMS that we have in our university, and some principles and also some technologies that we can have in teaching listening. Then a souvenir for you all. I am going to give you a souvenir. Then, Bapak Ibu, I have to say that I'm very lucky to be in this university because we have a very complete LMS. I think because we have everything here. So, on your screen, you can see that we can give the assignment, we can check the students' attendance, and also we can have some other things. And if we want to have a Zoom meeting with the students, then we can have this one, external tool. So everything here, but it is not a must for us to apply all of those, but we can take some of them to be in one session of our meeting. Then this is the example of one of our meetings. class, if you are here, then there you are on the screen. You are going international class, because that is the examples of one of our meetings in critical listening, and that the topic is about Thanksgiving. It is about what is it? A big feast, and I think that students like eating something. Then when it is a time for them to come to the 8th meeting that is about Thanksgiving, then I give them everything here. So here you can see that I can check how many students are present in that meeting, and this is the what is that the file that I sent to the students. Then in our forum, we are having the discussion. And yes, as what Pak Willy told us just now early in the beginning, then I always ask the students to be in front of their screen so that I can see their smile, I can see their face, whether they are happy or whether they are sad. I can catch the students who are sleepy. I can catch the students who have not taken a bath yet. So yeah, everything is there. I like taking their pictures because usually students like having their pictures to be posted. And this is the example of our forum meeting. So in this forum, I usually greet the students. Then I tell them what they are going to listen, what they are going to have in that session. So this is the place for us to have a discussion. And then this is the file that I sent to the student that is about Thanksgiving. And the most important thing for me is that this one, the objectives and also the basic competence, because I do believe that if they know the basic competence that they have to achieve on a certain meeting, or the objectives that they have to do for a certain meeting, then I do believe that they are going to have clear guidance to what they have to do during the session. And again, Rizky, if you are here, then yeah, here you are. Here's one of my students. He is very diligent, and he is very the fastest student when I have to when I ask the students to submit everything. So he is the first student that gives any comment or that posts the assignment that I give them. So here he gives up something. He posted something, then I give him a feedback here. So in this discussion forum, we can have a discussion between the students who post something, and then we can give them any feedback. Then Pak Willy, I try to quote something that you presented last Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. So I try to I try to apply those 6 principles of good teaching. I think when we are talking about personalized assignment, personalized task, yes, I think that I try to make it personal, because you said that the topic should be meaningful for the students. The topic that I just gave them just now is about Thanksgiving, and it is meaningful for them because Indonesian like having syukuran, selamatan, and Thanksgiving is talking about having a big feast, having a big meal with the family, or share with the people in their surrounding. And then engage learning. Yeah, I try to engage the students in the teaching and learning process by asking them some questions. If they are silent, then I try to ask them some questions, some further questions. And when we are talking about authentic learning, it should be dealing with their daily life. And again, the topic deals with their daily life. And when we are talking about feedback, yes, I try to give them any feedback. But yeah, sometimes today I have a class, but then perhaps I cannot give them the feedback exactly on the time that I have the class. But after that, I'm going to give them the feedback in our LMS. Then the flip learning, yes, I send them the audio before the time of the meeting. So the day before or the night before, then I'm going to set everything in our LMS. Then when we are talking about collaborative learning, then yeah, but it is difficult for me to ask the students to collaborate. But yeah, I do it, but not very often. Then the next one that is that something that I consider is very important for the students is the language input, or in term of Pak Willy's term, it is the nutrition. So I try to give them some different resources, some different websites for them as the input. The first one is Randall's ESL Cyber Listening Class, and the second one is ELO, as the one mentioned by Pak Willy, and then the next one is British Council. I think that all of you have been familiar with British Council. And the last one is English Central. In English Central, the students can can try to pronounce a sentence uttered by the speakers so that they can check whether their pronunciation is correct or not, because they are going to have the notice whether they pronounce everything correctly or not. So that is something that you are going to have in English Central. And yeah, the topic is Thanksgiving, and it is Thanksgiving happens in America. But then when I try to give them a chance to find some other audios having the same topic, it seems to me that they like Chuseok Festival, Chuseok Festival the most. So most of the students are talking about, at that time, they talk about Chuseok Festival, and one of them also talk about, how should I pronounce that one? Yipeng Festival. So it seems to me that they like the Asian culture instead of the Western culture. But yeah, it should be, what is that? It should be based on the something that the students like. So I still ask them to find something that is related with the topic, that is Thanksgiving, and then they gave me so many websites, so many audios dealing with Thanksgiving happens in different parts of the world. And yeah, Bapak, when the audience, when we have the discussion, then yeah, I always ask them to be in front of the screen so I can see who they are, who are present at that moment, and I like seeing the happy face of the students. So it happens during the discussion, but not for the whole time, because we have to think about the quota, about the data that the students should spend in having the Zoom meeting. And the next one is when we are talking about the 6 C's of education, or the 6 C's needed in the 21st century skills, then we are having those 6 different, the character building, and then the citizenship, and the communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and also the creativity. When we are talking about character building, then I think I try to give them, I try to make them realize that there is a certain value in a certain audio that they listen on a certain on a particular meeting. In the audio of Thanksgiving, then the character building is that we have to share with someone else, because the audio talks about sharing to some students, some international students who are living in our surrounding. And then about the communication, yes, we have the communication. If they cannot say something, then they are going to write down their opinion. And then when we try to when we are talking about critical thinking, then yes, I try to ask them to be critical by asking them to compare our culture with the other culture that they find in other audio. Then talking about creativity, in this case, I try to ask them to create something because I want to know whether they are creative enough or not. But it seems to me that they are more creative than I am. So here is the result of the students' creativity, Bapak Ibu. I asked them to create a poster. Then, yeah, they are the result of something that they did in that meeting. So from the audio that they listened to, then they try to create a poster by using Canva and some other platforms. Then they send me, they try to post the poster in our LMS. again, here are some other posters created by my student in that session. And another thing that I try to have is Padlet. Bapak Ibu, if you are not familiar with Padlet, what Padlet is, then it is an online board where we can have the communication between the teacher and the students. And this is the Padlet that the students, one of the examples of the Padlet done by my student. When the topic is about social media, then they try to create I created the Padlet, then they try to say something on the Padlet. And if you can see here, they can post a video, or if you want to post your voice, then you can also do it. So this one is Padlet on culture. So the topic is culture. Then I asked them to say something in our Padlet. And when we were on Padlet, then it is not necessary for them to be on our LMS. So they have to go to my Padlet. Then they try to do something in my Padlet. And here is the example of the communication in the form of the audio. So you can say something here. You can give any comment to what the students posted. Then you can give your the comment by using your voice. So you can say something. Then you can make a recording about your comment. The next one is poem generator, Bapak Ibu. So this is how poem generator looks like. So it is a generator. Then from this generator, the students can create different types of poem. So when they don't know, example, what haiku is, then they try to click haiku. Then they have to fill in something here. So they have the blank space here. Then they have to fill in those blank spaces with the words that they listen from. That they listen to from the audio. So everything that they posted here were the vocabularies that they found in the audio that I shared. Then after that, after filling in the blank space, then we are going to have the poem. So this is what haiku is. Haiku is a poem which consists of 3 lines only. And before asking them to create a poem, then this is the instruction that I gave them in our LMS. Then after that, we come to the poem generator. And here are some poems created by some of the students. So they listen to the audio, then they try to go to the poem generator, then they try to create something based on the poem that they created by utilizing the poem generator. And here is something else. So the student, she created the poem here. Then she created the story based on the poem. On the right side, that is a story created by Nadia, based on the poem that she created by utilizing poem generator. And the last one is answer garden. I think it can be used for doing brainstorming, because the first time they listen to the audio, then very often they are going to have some unfamiliar vocabulary. So in this case, I asked them to go to my answer garden. Here what answer garden looks like. And I ask the students to go to my answer garden, and then I try to ask them to mention 4 new words that you find in the audio. And it seems to me that those words are not familiar with the students. And the biggest one here shows that most of the students think that contagious is one of the words that they don't know yet. And finally, Bapak Ibu, when we are talking about utilizing technology in our teaching and learning process, then I quote the presentation of Ibu Finita Dewi. She is one of the members of ITEL. The first thing that we have to maintain in our mind is that we should determine the goals. We have to know what the students are going to achieve. Then the second step that we have to think of is consider the students' needs. So in this case, we have to know what they want to have, what their level is, and then after that we can design the learning activities. And the last step that we can do is to choose the appropriate technology. So technology is going to be the last thing that we have to think of if we want to be a good learning designers. So once again, we should determine the goals. We should have the objective of the teaching and learning process. Then the second one, we have to consider about the students' need. Then after that, we can design the learning activities. And finally, we have to choose the appropriate technology. Then here is the souvenir for you, Bapak Ibu. So you can click that link, or if you have the the application for scanning the barcode, then you can do it. That is free for you. And inside the link you can have that is a Padlets. Okay, that is a Padlets. And in that Padlets you can have some links for listening. And this is the example. This is the Padlet, the souvenir, how the souvenir will look like if you click that link. So in that Padlet, you are going to be able to find some different links for teaching listening. I hope it will be useful for you all in finding the resources so that we can give the students so much input. Then I think that's all, Pak Rizky. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Well, okay, thanks a lot, Bu Eka, for having the presentation. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the Q&A, for Ibu Eka will be after the second speaker. So that's why you may prepare the questions for Bu Eka. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we will go to the second presenter of the fourth session. She is Ibu Rika Andayani, SPD, MPD. She has got her bachelor degree from University of Jember in 2009, and also she has got her master degree from University of Malang, State University of Malang in 2014. Well, okay, Ibu Rika, Miss Rika, are you with me?
Ya, halo Mr. Rizky.
Halo Ibu
Oke,
Rika, how are you
sedikit
today?
correction ya, Mr. Rizky.
Yes,
I
sorry,
got my
2000.
master degree in 2011,
So
not
sorry, yes,
2014.
2011.
Okay.
Okay, I beg your pardon, Monica, I beg your pardon. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last but not the least presenter for this webinar, Ibu Rika Andayani. Ibu Rika, floor is yours.
Oke, ya, sebelumnya bisa minta tolong saya dijadikan co-host dulu, Mas Rizky?
Okay, alright. Wait a second.
Ya, saya tadi sempat terpental keluar, sudah menjadi co-host, namun sekarang kembali tidak menjadi co-host lagi.
Okay, wait a second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rizky.
Most welcome. Wait a second. So I'm trying to find. Okay, here you are. I'm still fine.
Done. She has become the co-host.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rizky.
Okay, most welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for helping me screen sharing my presentation for today's webinar. Okay. Could you please make it into slideshow, Mr. Rizky?
Done. I have done it. I have done it. So,
okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share a bit information about teaching speaking in an online environment. So hopefully, I think this is based on my experience teaching public speaking, teaching English storytelling, and teaching speaking for survival functions in Jember University. So, okay. The next slide, Mr. Rizky. Okay, yeah. So, the first thing comes to my mind when I speak to a webinar like this, when I'm teaching my students via Zoom meeting, for example, and my first question is that, is anyone out there actually listening? Okay, so literally listening. It happens to me now, so it is 12 o'clock, and is anyone out there actually listening? I do hope. Okay, when I conduct my teaching and learning activities, so is anyone out there actually listening? My students, hello, is everybody there? Yeah, anyone who has taught an online class or given a remote presentation like this, given a webinar presentation like this of any sort, has had this thought pop up at least once. Yeah, most of us can admit we've asked that question for more times that while we are sitting in a room alone, effectively talking to ourselves. Yeah, so how can you encourage your audience? How can you encourage your students to listen, or even better, absorb your presentation? How will you know your audience is engaged? In a classroom setting, how will you know that your students are engaged? Okay, so this is everybody's question. Okay, and then next slide. Yeah, and then what types of speaking activities work in an online environment? Because we know that in online environment, we need to make sure that our students, our audience are effectively engaged. So here are activities to promote speaking. Okay, so the first one, we have discussion. Okay, so it is impossible for the whole time, for the whole session, that the lecturer, the teacher will speak for the whole session. Okay, so the teacher and the students, and between students, they need to have a discussion. And then role play, information gap, sharing information between friends, and then picture describing, storytelling, and interviews. So those 6 activities are examples that I did to my speaking classroom. Okay, so let's see the first activities. Discussion. So it is essential that the purpose of the discussion activity is set by the teacher. In this way, the discussion points are relevant to this purpose, so that the students don't spend their time chatting about irrelevant things. For example, students can become involved in agree or disagree discussion. You may ask, or the teacher or the lecturer may ask that, okay, Rika, for example, or Eka or Rizky, do you agree with this? Do you disagree with this? So the lecturer can ask some questions to students, and then they have to discuss with their pair, with their groups. In these types of discussion, the teacher can form groups of students, preferably 4 or 5 in each group, and provide controversial sentences like, people learn best when they read, or people learn best when they travel. Okay, so somebody will say, okay, people will learn best when they read some books, for example. Oh no, somebody will say, people learn best when they travel. Okay, and then the next activities, that is role play. One other way of getting students involved to speak is role playing. Students pretend they are in a very social context and have a variety of social roles. So you may
Sorry,
assign some students
Burika.
to be,
Sorry,
yeah.
Burika. The
Hello?
slide doesn't move. The slide doesn't move. This is still the first slide.
Oh, okay. Hello, Mr. Rizky. Okay, Mr. Rizky
We
is
still have the first slide, Mr. Rizky.
Hello, Mr. Rizky. Okay, so let me share my screen or, okay, thank you, Mr. Rizky. Yeah. Yeah, role play. Next slide, please. Okay, the next slide is information gap. In this activity, information gap, students are supposed to be working in pairs. One student will have the information that the other partner doesn't have, and partners will share their information. Information gap activities serve many purposes, such as solving problems or collecting information. Also, each partner plays an important role because the task cannot complete it if the partners don't provide the information. These activities are effective because everybody has the opportunity to talk extensively in the target of the language. Okay, next slide, please. It is the storytelling activities. Oh, picture describing. Okay, in the picture describing, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Another way to make use of pictures in a speaking ability activities is to give students just one picture and having them to describe what is it in the picture. For this activity, students can form groups and each group is given a different picture. Students discuss the picture with their groups, then the spokesperson for each group describes the picture for the whole class. This activity fosters the creativity and imagination to the learners as well as their public speaking skills. Okay, next slide. So it is about storytelling activities. Yeah, in the storytelling activity, students can briefly summarize a tale or story they heard from somebody beforehand, or they may create their own stories to tell their classmates. Okay, storytelling fosters creative thinking. It also helps students express ideas in the format of beginning, development, and ending, including the characters and setting a story has to have. Students also can tell riddles or jokes. For instance, at the very beginning of each class session, the teacher may call a few students to tell short riddles or jokes as an opening. In this way, not only will the teacher address students' speaking ability, but also get the attention for the whole class. Okay, so that's for the storytelling. And then next for the interview activities as part of the speaking activities which will engage your students' participation. Students can conduct interviews on selected topics with various people. It is a good idea that the teacher provide a rubric to students so that they know what type of questions they can ask or path to follow. But students should prepare their own interview question. Conducting interviews with people give students a chance to practice their speaking ability. Of course, they will ask some questions, not only in class, but also outside, and helps them becoming socialized. After interviews, each student can present his or her study to the class. Okay, so that's for the interviews. Okay, the next part, the next activity. So it is about, what are the consideration for the teacher in preparing speaking practice online? Yeah, so supervising the conversation fair is one of the most difficult challenges for the teacher. So the teacher should be able to make it fair, the conversation between one student to another. And then it is important to have clear arrangement for turn taking, maybe using the chat box. Yeah, we have it in the Zoom meeting for the chat box, or the hands up icon, and to keep a track of who has and hasn't spoken. And then plans where everyone has a chance to say something. And then tasks with a personal element are really useful, where there are no right or wrong ideas or answers, but everyone brings something new to the activity. Yeah, next, speaking happens in real time. We cannot edit as if we are writing. In the writing activities, we can edit. Oh, it is not good, I think, and we can revise it. However, speaking happens in real time. We cannot edit, or probably we can clarify, but we cannot edit what we have just said. Okay. And then next, practice. Yeah, everybody says that practice makes perfect. Practice makes, if not perfect, at least fluent speaker. Therefore, speaking activities are essential for speaking. And the next one, it is about problems that my students, especially my students, may face during
I beg your pardon, Burika.
Yeah.
What slide does appear in your screen, Weka? Hello, Memeka. Can you hear my voice?
This screen.
It's written practice makes if not perfect. That one.
Okay, all right then.
The correct screen.
All right, because there is one participant wrote in chat box that there is an error screen sharing. So that's
No,
why
everything is okay, Kak.
Okay, all right.
Everything is okay, sir.
I'm so sorry, Burika. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, problems that my students in my class may face during the speaking activities.
I'm so sorry, participants. Can you mute the microphone for a moment? Thanks a lot. Yes, Burika, you may continue your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so here are some problems that my students may face during the speaking activities. The first one is shyness. My students' shyness. Everybody's shy. So, yeah, shyness, and then finding things to say, and then low participation of individuals. And the last problem, it is about the first language use. Okay, next slide. So it is about shyness and inhibitions. Yeah, shyness. So please imagine that there are lots of cameras, there are lots of ears, there are lots of participants in our meeting. Although it is virtually, but looking at the participants that, okay, for example, for today's webinar, so there are 449 participants in this Zoom meeting. So everybody's is listening. So the students will shy. So how can I speak fluently, and how if I made some mistakes, for example, and that's normal, I think. And every students will feel that kind of feeling. Okay, next slide, please. So it is about finding things to say. Yeah, the common problems that my students face, that finding things to say. I don't know to say. I don't know what to say, ma'am or miss, for example. Yeah, because when we are going to present something in a classroom setting, in this webinar, for example, so we have to make preparation, plan, prepare, and perform. So everybody will get nervous. Everybody will be shy if we don't have any enough preparation. However, I do believe that when the students did the planning, the preparation, and they will be able to perform better, and the students' anxiety will reduce. Okay, the next slide, please. And then the next part is low participations of individuals. When the teacher talk for the whole session without checking for the students' engagement, then your students will turn off the cameras and then mute themselves, and it is silent classes. The one that speak is only the teacher. So as a teacher, so we have to encourage our students to participate. We can use the chat box. We can call their names. Okay, we can see the name of the participants in the participant box, and then we can ask the students to write something in the chat box. So as long as we know that our students are engaged in our teaching and learning activities, and that's better. Okay, next slide, please.
Hello, Miss.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, the next problem is the first language use. So yeah, sometimes when your students feel afraid of saying something, and then they use their first language, or probably the teachers themselves, they use their first language because they think that, oh, my students will not understand my instruction, for example. I think it is inappropriate, because the teacher explanation is one of the language input, one of the language exposure for the students. So the first language use is one of the problems faced by the students in the speaking activities. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, listening facilitate speaking. Yeah, listening to facilitate speaking. How can we know that our listening activities can facilitate our speaking activities? Okay, next slide, please. Listening facilitate speaking. Prior experience as a listener helps speaker to improve their performance as speakers. Yeah, why? Being a listener gives learners model to deploy when acting as a speaker. Being a listener helps the learner appreciate the difficulties in the task. Okay, next slide, please. So it is feedback and correction in speaking activities. Yeah, so next slide, please.
Hello, Burika. You're still mute. Hello, Burika. Can you hear my voice?
Okay, I'm sorry, because it is too noisy outside, so I mute myself for a moment.
Okay.
Wait a second.
All right.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so it is about feedback and correction. In the feedback, learners need encouragement. When your students perform something, when your students speak something about a certain topic, learners need encouragement. when they are making mistakes that cause other people not to understand or misunderstand them. And then for the correction, it is more difficult to decide when to correct. It is the teachers can choose as soon as the learner make the mistake or at the end of the activity in the classroom. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so let's say in the correction, the advantage of giving the immediate correction to the learners is that the advantage of the immediate correction is that the learners can correct the error and use the corrected language for the rest of the activities. So, and as soon as the language learner made some mistakes and then
Okay, I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps Burika has got a trouble in surrounding her because, yeah, maybe because of family problem. So please be patient to wait.
oh, I'm back. Okay,
Right.
sorry. Okay, so the disadvantage is it can break the flow. Yeah, it can when the teacher give immediate correction to the learners, so it can break the flow of the communication, or possibly it can demotivate or embarrass the students. Okay, and then my last slide, please. So which one? So which one is better? Which one is better? Immediate correction or the correction at the end of the activity? So I think we
At the
cannot
end?
say, hello, Mr.
At
SQ,
the
at
end?
the end. Okay,
At
yeah.
the end?
Okay, yeah, at the end. At the end of the activity is better. Yeah, so that's correct because we cannot demotivate our students to by saying, hello, excuse me, pardon, and then by saying that sorry and blah 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 frequently, so it can break the flow of the student's presentation. Okay, so I think that's it. Everything is clear, I think, and Mr. Um,
Well, okay, so I will handle this session. Thank you for Burika has explained about her presentation. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, so now we will have maybe only 5 minutes before 12:30 to have a Q&A session with the second Bu Eka and also Burika. Let me search about the questions because okay, wait a second. There is one question exactly. Let me. Wow, it's. Where is
The
that?
questions, I think.
Yeah, only one. Yeah, okay. So it is from Bumeti Laitemia. The question is, how did you assess your students listening? And maybe she wants to ask about how did you assess your student in listening and speaking ability?
To whom?
Both of you.
Okay. When it is a time for me to assess the students listening, or is that comprehension, then again we can share everything in our LMS, but we can also hide something that we post in our LMS. So let's say that this afternoon I set up everything. I post the audio and I also post the questions, but then I can hide them. I can hide those two posts from my students. So I am going to show everything when it is a time for them. When I am in the classroom, then I can show, I can show the audio, or I can show the items that is for middle test or for the quiz. But for the daily activities, usually I let the students listen to the audio so that they, when they come into my class, when we come into our Zoom meeting, we only have the discussion, so that it is not necessary for them to spend so much time in our Zoom meeting, because yeah, you see, having a Zoom meeting means that we have to spend so much bandwidth, so much quota, so much data, and our students are not all of our students are that rich to have 100 minute in front of the Zoom, to have a quota for them to be in to be 100 minutes in front of their camera, in the Zoom. So yes, we can post everything in our LMS, but still, when it is not the time for us to have the test, to have the assessment, then I'm going to hide them. Then I'm going to open everything when it is the time for them to have the assessment. I think that is something that I can answer, Pak Rizky.
Okay, thanks a lot, Bu Eka, for the answer. Well, the second questions is from Mr. Tengku Suraya. Perhaps this question is for Ibu Rika. The question is, which one is more significant, oral or written corrective feedback?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. So which one is better, written or oral feedback? Okay, so that's the question, Mr. Rizky.
Yes.
Okay, so when we are giving oral feedback, so it means that at the same time we are giving the feedback to our students, and at the same time we give the language exposure to the students. So the students will listen. The students will listen to our utterances. The students will listen to our feedback. And the students will try to understand. So what does it mean by our lectures utterances?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and then when we give the students written feedback, so the students will read the feedback. So at the same time, the students will try to understand the written feedback. So at the same time, the students will train their reading ability. So that's two different things. So by learning English, we are training our four language skill: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. When we give our oral feedback, so it means that we give the language input, we give the language exposure to the students. The students will listen, will try to understand the spoken feedback. However, when we give the written feedback at the same time, the students will have the reading activities. They will read the feedback, and then they will try to understand the message from the written context. Okay, so that's it, Mr. Rizky.
Okay, thank you for Burika for answering the questions. Well, okay, maybe for the last questions from Glenis Dexil, maybe it is from for Bu Eka. Bu Eka, the question is, in an asynchronous setting, how do you assess student speaking skills? Can you recommend other platforms aside from uploading videos via YouTube or Facebook?
I think it is for Burika, because I'm not talking about speaking, but I'm talking about listening, Kak.
Okay, I'm just yeah. Maybe okay. So for Burika then.
Okay.
The last question.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So it is from Glenis Daxil. So I'm sorry if I pronounce incorrectly. So in an asynchronous setting, how do you assess student speaking skills? Can you recommend other platforms aside from uploading videos via YouTube or Facebook? Okay, yeah. So we can use Zoom. So I did it for my class in the speaking activities. So students can have a Zoom meeting without any participants. If you afraid that the students will have yeah, when you feel that the students may be nervous, for example, when there are so many audiences or participants, you may assign students to have a Zoom meeting alone without participants, and then ask the students to click the record button. Okay, so I asked that thing to my students, and then they have to share screen in the Zoom meeting, and they have to record the presentation, and then and they have to send me the link of the Zoom recording. So it is aside from uploading videos via YouTube or Facebook, we can use WhatsApp. We can send the videos via WhatsApp or Zoom meeting.
Well, okay, thanks a lot for the answer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the fourth session. Please give big virtual applause for Ibu Eka and also Ibu Rika Handayani. Well, okay, thanks a lot, and I will pass the floor to Ibu Bilkis as the master of ceremony. Ibu Bilkis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizky. And that was not but two powerful and awesome presentation, and also from Mem Nui as well. I'm sorry, the connection was bad before. All right, okay, so that will be the end of it. I'm sure that you have been waiting for the exit link ticket, and we have provided the link to your in chat box, and you can check it out. If you're watching this from YouTube, the link is also been provided by Mr. David as well. All right, now for the materials, I believe that some of the speakers have provided that for you, and we are going to share it in our Telegram later for the material from our speakers. All right, then thank you one more time for all the presenters and all the great questions. But before we end the sessions, all the sessions, we would like to deliver some token of appreciation. So that's right. Thank you, Mr. David. All right. So this is everyone. Could you please turn on your microphones and give a round of applause for all the presenters, everyone? Okay. Thank you very much for for Dr. Willie Arinandia. Thank you very much.
Dr. Willie.
Willie, are you here?
Willie, are you still here with us?
Willie?
Yes, still here.
Oh, wow, so great. Okay, thank you very much for being with us, sir, and see you on Thursday as well.
Thursday.
Yeah, on Thursday. All right, thank you very much. Could you please move on to the next, Mr. David?
Yes, excuse me.
And the next token of appreciation will be given to Dr. Linda Hannington for the wonderful presentation. Applause, everyone. Hello, Ma'am Linda. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, that's great. Thank you very much for being with us. Let's hope to see you in the future. And the next token appreciation is rewarded for Dr. Nantikorn Simang Sayapurn. Big applause, everyone. Everyone, okay. Okay, Ma'am Nui. Hello, Ma'am Nui. Are you here with us? All right, okay. It seems that Ma'am Nui is.
Are you here?
Hello, ma'am.
She is having pad thai now.
Okay, perhaps
for lunch.
It is lunchtime already. Okay, all right. Thank you. Could you please move on to the next certificate, sir? Yes, this is for our beloved colleague, Bu Eka Wahyuningsi. Please big applause for her.
Sorry for being late to that in this one.
Maaf, saya tidak bisa isi formnya ya. Nggak bisa bergerak formnya. Halo Ibu, panitia. Saya nggak bisa ngisi form ulang-ulang, saya coba mungkin jaringan.
Not well prepared.
Ya, bisa jadi jaringan itu.
We will talk it later. Okay, we will talk it later. No worries. So because the event hasn't been done yet.
Okay, you.
Bu Bilkis, hello.
Bu Bilkis has technical problem, Pak Rizky.
Okay. Yes, okay. All right. Well, okay. Thanks a lot for the participants and also the keynote speakers today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for Dr. Willy, Dr. Linda, and also Dr. Nui for having the time to present in our webinar, and also our college, Ibu Eka, and also Ibu Dika as well. Well, this is the end of our webinar session, webinar event, and please give big applause for the second times to all the presenters today.
Bapak Ibu, don't leave the Zoom meeting yet. Is it okay for me to have the pictures? So will you please open your camera? I'm going to take the pictures. I still have 13 pages here, so please, please give me 13 smiles, 13 best smiles, because we are not going to know where on what page you are going to be. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the second page. Again, the third one. The third one, okay. Smile. Yeah. The fourth one. Wait a second. The fourth one. The fifth. Okay. The sixth. There are so many black boxes here. The seventh. Okay. The eighth. The 9. The 10. Let me check. Once again, your best smile. Okay, thank you very much. Go back to Pak Rizky.
Well, okay, thank you, Bu Eka. Well, okay, thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you again on Thursday if you enroll and register your name into the last webinar in this month. Okay, and we will see Pak Willy again for on Thursday. Well, okay, thank you, and see you around.
Bye.
Thank you, Pak Willy, for your presentation. Thank you, Ma'am Linda, and also Ma'am Nantikan for your presentation. Great presentation.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Pak Firman.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here with us.
Thank you for being with us, all the participants.
So let me say in bahasa, buat Bapak Ibu untuk masalah exit ticket, jika memang sedang trouble, kemungkinan karena trafficnya banyak, jadi kurang lebih ada 500 peserta yang akan masuk ke dalam link tersebut, maka mohon bersabar. Jadi semua depends on your signal. Kalau signal Bapak